This is really bad. Oh, I'm AoE taunted it. Do you see that save, boys? It's probably like, oh my god. Who the hell taunted it? Someone is randomly taunting it.
Scab!
I have no clue how he died.
Then it could take them to this unloaded. Let's go.
Thinking that. Not that I'm aware of, okay? I'll tell you that. Not that I'm aware of. How was your vacation? It was great, man. I had a good time. It was fine. Like, I missed one fucking week. The Pope dies, Oblivion comes out, fucking Marathon goes non-NDA, Expedition 33 slaps, and I wasn't there to get hit by it. I'm not happy about that at all. Did I say the Pope died? Because he did. Trump's putting everybody in jail. Like, I don't know, it's just, bro, like, how I miss all this shit. Yeah, JD killed the Pope. Yeah, JD stands for just killed the Pope. That's what I saw. I thought that shit was funny. That was nuts that he met the Pope and then the Pope pretty much crashed out right after that, huh? Oh my god. Oh, that Cinder shit too. Now, I'm gonna be real. I actually was thinking, I was about to say that, like, you know, like, I have a life, or I'm employed, or I have a girlfriend, but then I remembered none of those things are true. And so I couldn't use that as a reason for why I didn't read Cinder longer. I didn't fucking read that, don't give a fuck. But, yeah, I'm glad to be back, and, everything, obviously, I know a lot of you guys have been wondering, like, what the fuck. You know, basically had to, I had to leave for, about a week or so. Honestly, I didn't stream the day before I left because of, honestly, just fucking anxiety. What is this? F? No, we're not F'ing. Just fucking anxiety, right? I mean, I'll just be straight up with it. And so, yeah, basically had a good time away. I had an alright time. Like, I created, so I rented an Airbnb. And so, you guys might not know this, but I have, like, the way that I sleep and the way that I live is kind of like a vampire, right? And, let me just go ahead and do this. I'll show you guys, right? And so there's a bunk bed, right? And so it's in one of the houses, or the house that I stayed in, that I rented. And, so this is the top one, and this is the bottom one, right? Well, what I did is I put blankets over every single one of these areas, and I slept inside inside of here, inside of the bottom bunk, because it was so fucking bright in Florida. It was insane. Like, I couldn't even see anything. It was like, I don't know. It's like the first time I've seen the light. And to get a little bit tanner, maybe. I mean, I had to be outside for at least probably 15 minutes last week, which was awful. But yes, that's basically been it. And flashback, yes, you were in Florida. I was in Florida. I went through some family stuff and got delayed a number of times. And we did it. Everything's finished. Everything's good. Saw a number of people in my family, etc. It was a good time. And that's it. And Gator, I ain't eating shit like that, bro. I just went, I got Chipotle and I just ate what my mom would cook us. And we were just chilling, man. Like, I'm not about, bro, like, I'm gonna tell y'all right now, I'm not about any kind of weird food. Like, I'm a meat and potatoes kind of guy, and what I mean by that is I just like eating meat and potatoes. That's it. I don't want any sort of fancy shit. If I can't pronounce it, I don't want it, all right? And that's it. But yes, and I did, goat tastes just like chicken. Yeah, I heard people do too, but I'm not gonna eat people either. But, well, I mean, maybe, but depends on who it is. Anyway, the point is that, yes, that's where I was, that's what I was doing. I had to go, so I went a little bit earlier, right? And the reason why I went a little bit earlier is my dad, obviously, like, this is kind of like how it is. You know, he's been through pneumonia now 5 fucking times. He's had pneumonia 5 fucking times. And so, this is the, you know, he wasn't sure. He's 78 years old now, right? And so, I wanted to make sure, does he smoke? No. And so, like, he stopped smoking cigarettes years ago. And, anyway, so this is what it was. And so, like, I didn't know really how it was going to be at the airport for him. Honestly, like, I mean, he can get around, right? But it's just unpleasant for him to get around, right? It's unpleasant, it's stressful, and so, like, he was worried about that. And so, like, he's gone through it 4 fucking times, and he's still going to the store, he's still walking around, etc. But, anyway, I basically had to go with them to the airport to make sure that everything would be okay, right? Because, like, I didn't know how it was going to go. And that's really the reason why I left for as long as I did. I could have left and maybe only been gone for 3 days, but there were some people that were in Florida, you know, it was like kind of like a stars aligned situation with like people that he's known, you know, like fucking 60, 70 years, right? And so he wanted to go see them and be there, but like he had to do that. It was like kind of in the same time period. And so I kind of had to be there for it, right? And so, you know, that's the reason why I left early. That's the truth. Now, in retrospect, I didn't fucking have to. Because the airport, bro, I'm gonna be real. The way that they handle disabled people and people in a wheelchair is absolutely fucking S-tier. It was incredible, the service that we got. Like in the Austin and the Tampa airport, like, bro, that shit went so hard. That was crazy. Like, yeah, like the whole thing was good. Miners as well. Yeah, I had no idea about that at all. And so, yeah, time to fake a disability, I guess so. And, you know, famous though? No. You fly first class? No, we not only did we not fly first class, we flew Southwest, right? Which is like 1 step away from being, thank you, Vom, so the 50 subs. It's 1 step away from being a PvP airline, right? Everybody knows this. And so, like, Spirit and Frontier, those are the PvP airlines. But, we weren't able to get a flight. I was originally going to get, like, a double flight or something like that. But, for whatever reason, that wasn't available. And so we just ended up getting that, right? And, did anyone recognize you? Yeah, people recognize me sometimes, sure, right? I mean, definitely. But, yeah. Phenotype is common enough to not get recognized? I don't know. I usually don't see a lot of people that look like I do, but maybe I'm just not, I don't see myself in the same way. But, anyway, you gambled your life with that flight? Oh, with a Southwest? Nah, bro, like, the thing is, and like, I'll be honest, it wasn't like, I did have that shit in the back of my mind. I'm like, okay. Dead so fast, I'm not even gonna know it. So what am I getting worried about? Like, what the fuck? I'm not even gonna know this shit happened. So yeah, I'm just gonna let this shit, like, you know, let Jesus take the wheel. Yeah, DEI, no, there were no DEI pilots, I checked. But, yeah, so it was okay. No, they were not women. It's fine, guys. We arrived to and from Florida with no problems at all. And so it'd be great content too? Yeah, once. But, anyway, so that's what it was. And, I recommended that I hate everything about it. What I like doing, this is what I like doing, is I like sitting in my house. Okay? I really like sitting in my house and doing nothing. That is, oh my god, bro, that is what my life is all about. Like, and the thing is, like, yesterday, last night, like, I didn't get home until late, and, like, I really, you know, I was glad, right? I was glad I got home. I was so happy. I was like, oh my god, it's finally over. It's finally done. I went and I played a little bit of, what the fuck did I even do yesterday? Oh, I played that RuneScape survival game a little bit. I downloaded Oblivion for tomorrow. We got all that shit locked the fuck in. We're gonna play Oblivion, and then I played, what was it? I was gonna download and play the new Wuthering Waves. That's what it was. But yeah, hell fucking yes, exactly, right? And the roaches think you weren't coming back and try to move in. No, actually, there were no roaches or anything like that in my Expedition 33, right? Yes. And what did I say? What did I say? What did I say? Like, I mean, sometimes I'm just talking on autopilot while I'm thinking about something else. Did I say Expedition 34? I was thinking about something else. Anyway, my point is that, Wuthering Waves. Oh, no, I did not play Expedition 33. The reason why I didn't play Expedition 33, it's extremely simple. It's because I wanted to save it for stream. I'm going to play it on stream. I'm not going to play it today. I'm not going to play it tomorrow. But I am going to play it this week. And I wanted to make sure that, like, you know, like, I didn't want you guys to miss out on that because it just seems like it's such a great game, right? And so a lot of people have been super positive about it and, you know, all that. And so we're going to get into it. Appreciate that. And so was your leave at least good for your mental? You need a break sometimes? No, absolutely not. I was stressed out the whole time. I was like fucking panicking the entire time to the airport. We had so many delays and problems. Everything seemed to work out at the end, but everything on the lead up to that was extremely stressful, and I was like really fucking annoyed. And so anyway, yeah, no, I was extremely stressed the entire time about like 10 different things, right? I mean, anytime that I'm not in my house, I'm very, very stressed. And, you know, that's just how I am. And anyway, let's see here. Did you see Trump's having a rally at 5 p.m.? Well, that makes sense. I mean, he's going to be running again, right? And so, like, now that he's running again and everybody knows this, obviously, just a minute, my dad's calling me. Hello? He's like, oh, yeah, remind them that the wheelchair service was really good. And I was like, yeah, I did. And that's the fact. I mean, that shit was, like, crazy, crazy good. Like, I didn't expect it to be anything like that at all. But anyway, yeah, I do get very stressed out when I'm not in my house and, you know, in my nest and my lair. And, you know, I'm out in the wild. Was very unsettling to me. But, you know, I survived. Everything is okay. And I'm back. And so now a lot of people are probably wondering, like, what's going to happen now? The same thing that was happening for the last year. Like, this isn't like going to be like a like I'm back for a day and that's it. No, we're just gonna be back to just going live every day, like that's it. I mean, the only reason I couldn't is because, you know, it'd be like kind of weird if I went offline or live in another place, right? And just for a number of reasons for me. This is crazy. So they are arresting judges now. So for a while, remember that one? It was like a governor that was talking about like keeping illegal immigrants in their house. Yeah, bro, they're putting the judges in jail.
So rare for victims to want to cooperate. They wanted to cooperate. They were sitting in the courtroom with the state prosecutor. The judge learns that ICE was outside to get the guy because he had been deported in 2013, came back in our country, commits these crimes, charged with committing these crimes. Victims in court. Judge finds out. She goes out in the hallway, screams at the immigration officers. She's furious, visibly shaken, upset, sends them off to talk to the chief judge. She comes back in the courtroom, you're going to believe this, takes the defendant and the defense attorney back in her chambers, takes them out a private exit and tells them to leave. While a state prosecutor and victims of domestic violence are sitting in the courtroom.
Wow.
You know, Madam Attorney General, great to have.
Man. Bro. Man.
Have you here, and thanks for coming back on America Report. So we remember these words of Tom Homan, the borders are. This was...
It's not acceptable? Yeah. Well, that's what's going to deport the judge? Yeah, let's keep the illegal. Let's support the judge.
March 17th, and his message
I like that.
on these judges who apparently are trying to get in the way of this administration's
Thinking in the future,
efforts.
bro.
Listen.
I like it.
I'm proud to be a part of this administration. We're not stopping. I don't care what the judges think. I don't care what the left thinks. We're coming.
So when you see these judges trying to obstruct your efforts to make this country safer, what...
I think they got to do more of it. They got to do even more of this. I think this is a good start. I don't think it's good enough. You got these people that are actively siding with illegal aliens over their own citizens, and they're supposed to be a judge for America? Lock them the fuck up. Traitors? Yes. 100%. Tracy, it's unbelievable to me, because, like, you got a bunch of these people on the internet. This is what's funny to me, is you got a bunch of people on the internet, oh, they're putting judges in jail. This is just like Hitler. Oh, my God. Oh, I can't believe it. Yeah, because they're committing fucking crimes. It's like as if you're a judge, you can just do whatever the fuck you want. And if it's not politically, if it's, maybe politically messy, well, maybe you just might not get in trouble. Charge them with treason? Would I charge them with treason? I don't think you could unless it was a member of one of those gangs like Tren de Aragua, because they have been labeled as terrorist groups, and so they would be enemies of the state. So you wouldn't be able to charge them with treason, I don't think, unless they were members of one of these gangs. Now, if they were members of one of those gangs, would I want them charged for treason? Absolutely. Absolutely. I've been saying this for a long time. I am very much an Old Testament personal accountability kind of guy.
No.
You want to make changes? You want to get people to do something? Give them consequences.
Hey.
What is your message to them?
We are going to prosecute you, and we are prosecuting you. I found out about this the day it happened. We could not believe, actually, that a judge really did that. We looked into the facts in great depth. That's her picture up on the screen. Hannah Dugan, who is now in custody. You cannot obstruct a criminal case, and really, shame on her. It was a domestic violence case of all cases, and she's protecting a criminal defendant over victims of crime.
In fact, she just had an initial appearance in court. There's also this other case coming out of New Mexico. Judge Joel Cano and his wife were...
And I love how people think that, like, being a judge makes you unbiased. You know? If being a judge makes you unbiased, then why are people so worried about Donald Trump appointing a bunch of judges to the Supreme Court? Like, you just use some logic.
Arrested for harboring a
It's so
TDA
simple.
member
It's obvious.
at their home. The alleged TDA member had been picked up by law enforcement, and now he and his wife were picked up and arrested. And you say that you believe, as the Attorney General, that the person that they were...
Gotta catch them all.
living at their home was
Thank
a truly
God.
potentially bad individual.
Yeah, that's the judge up on the screen now who got arrested. Yeah, his
That's
name is
right.
Ortega. He was a known TDA member, So he comes through Eagle Pass.
So if this guy is helping another person and this guy is a judge, and he's misusing his position to help a person who's in a stated terrorist organization by the American government, I think that's treason. I do. I think that's treason. I think so. There's some people that are trying to downplay this. I think that we should downplay it. This should be way worse. They should be doing this way more. This is a good start. Thank God this is finally happening.
December 2023. He's living in our country. January 2025, ICE, they get a tip. Tom did a great job on this case, too.
Yeah, and imagine if it's exactly. In my mind, there's no difference.
Living with a judge and the judge's wife. So they.
So you got a guy from a fucking gang that's an illegal alien living in your house, and you're a judge? Bro, is he he's in that NTR life? He was a tenant? They're landlords? Oh.
Hi.
Big mistake.
Have him arrested first on immigration charges. A Judge
Big
Damian
mistake.
Martinez releases him saying that Judge Cano has a good BS meter and wouldn't let just anyone live on his property.
Yeah, he does have a bullshit. He does have a good bullshit meter. It's full. Yeah, he's right.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at the associations with this violent Venezuelan gang, Tren de Aragua, and this person that they harbored in their home, he was showing signs through clothing, we were told, tattoos. There was evidence through voice messages and text messages of his association to TDA. So what charges will...
I don't trust the Trump admin at all. They're lying to you. Okay, but you trust the people that are disagreeing with them? Why? Is it really that hard for you to believe that people would misuse their position for a personal gain? Really? Like, this is the most common sense reality. People do this everywhere in the world. Why would they do it? There's two reasons. They could be compromised by the gang. Like, either they feel like the gang threatened them, or they could be doing it for an ideological reason. It's hard, and it could be both, really. But that's probably, those are the two likelihoods.
Cano and his wife face, if any?
So Judge Cano, soon to be former Judge Cano, he got his charges were just unsealed. He's charged with obstruction.
Not enough. Not enough. Why are they such pussies, bro? Oh my God. They're such pussies. Like, what are we come on, let's go.
Charged, he admitted post Miranda. He took one of the TDA members' cell phones himself, took it, beat it with a hammer, destroyed it, and then walked the pieces.
What?
So Judge Cano, soon to be former Judge Cano, he got his charges were just unsealed. He's charged with obstruction. He is charged, he admitted post Miranda. He took one of the TDA members' cell phones himself, took it, beat it with a hammer, destroyed it, and then walked the pieces to a city dumpster to dispose of it to protect him.
What a moron. You just, listen, you can get a Motorola burner for $50 at Walmart. What a fucking idiot. This is a joke, man. Even less, no, that's a high quality one. That's a really high quality one. Like, you can get a flip phone for like 15. See, you can't play Candy Crush on this. This is a joke.
Wife also,
bro, he should be disbarred for being bad at his. How is it that you're a judge, but you're this bad at hiding crimes? Shouldn't you know how to do this? What the hell is going on? What a fucking moron. Did you learn? Yeah, you didn't learn anything? What are the odds of Judge being on the cartel payroll? Above 0%. Ortelios, thanks for 10 subs.
Was charged with destroying evidence. Sandra, not only that, this TDA member, and he had on a necklace that said kill, something about...
Oh, God, they pick the best martyrs, don't they? Woman beaters, child rapists, some guy with a necklace says kill. Oh, God, this is amazing. I love it.
Death. He had tattoos all over him. He also had on his cell phone pictures of 2 decapitated victims.
Who does this? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. So are you telling me that the judge that smashed up the phone didn't destroy the SIM card enough and the pictures were recovered? Oh, this guy's gotta go to jail for being retarded. What a fucking moron. Memory, not SIM? Where's the memory? The SD card? Excuse me, yes, the SIM card is, okay. Listen, I'm a little bit behind on it, but at least I know that every little movable chip, you gotta bust the fuck out of it. Also, there are so many other ways, you could have done this. This is not the way you do it. Why would you put it in a dumpster? Why would you do that? It's so dumb. How are they so dumb, man? Microwave it? You could use a Faraday cage, you could microwave it, you could put it in bleach, you could smash it. I think the best idea is to smash it, microwave it, and then bury it in like some inconspicuous location. People are never going to find it. They're going to walk around with a metal detector. Like a Faraday cage is something that, okay, look. What I'm saying is that this guy's a fucking moron, okay? Anybody that knows what the hell they're doing would have never made this mistake. What an idiot.
2 victims, decapitated, gruesome photos, and he was sending them out.
So he's sending photos away of people being decapitated? Man, I can't wait to see the protests for this guy to be brought back.
And whoever he was sending them to was sending back saying, hey, you need to be careful. You shouldn't be sending these. You shouldn't be.
And you're texting this? On what network?
Be texting these photos out. No.
Why would you even do that? Verizon, probably, yes.
Not only that, these 2, the judge and his wife, gave him assault rifles that belonged to their.
That's crazy.
We got 3 more minutes left of this shit, bro. I think, yeah, go to prison for stupidity. This is crazy. You can't make this shit up. I know. Like, they just need to be charged as gang members at this point? No, because if you charge them as gang members, then you can't charge them for treason. You have to charge them. No, you can't do that. That's a great idea, but no.
Daughter, that's what they're charged with. In the criminal report affidavit, he goes to a shooting range with these assault rifles, with a suppressor, with other known TDA members, and they're shooting.
So a judge is supplying weapons to a terrorist? Yeah. Yeah. So, what I think is really funny about this is that there are actually people concerned trolling that, oh my god, but Hitler arrested judges too. Oh no. Trump, are we even gonna have another election? He's gonna put them all in jail. Oh no. Like, it's crazy. What's wrong with these fucking people? I have been sitting in Florida reading this retarded bullshit for 4 days. I've been losing my fucking mind.
This is the last person that we want in our country, nor will we ever tolerate a judge or anyone else harboring them.
Let me, if I could.
Obstruction of justice. What a pussy charge. Give me a break.
Madam Attorney General, come back to the Wisconsin
Come
case
on.
and Judge Hannah Dugan, because in allegedly letting the perpetrator and the attorney out through a non-public exit and allowed them to get out in front of the building, we had a situation where we've seen that I know Tom Homan was complaining about in Colorado, where there would be no transfer of a defendant.
Do you believe it all at face value, regardless how believable it sounds? I'm sure there's embellishment here and there. But do I believe that judges are actively working to obstruct the justice system in order to facilitate illegal immigrants into the country? Yes, I think that. And I think any of them that do that should be arrested. And I think the ones that do that and they unknowingly or knowingly help a member of a terrorist organization should be charged directly with treason. That's what I believe. Not disbarring, not putting them in jail. Again, Old Testament. The moment that you implement legitimate, real, personal consequence is the moment that this stuff goes away. So Trump is too soft. He's way too soft. Way too soft. I hope Trump, listen, can somebody fucking tell him this? His entire first term, he spent trying to be reasonable. Bro, you don't have to give a fuck anymore. Just do it. Just do it. Everybody wants this. It's the right thing to do. Just fucking do it. Go, yeah, ball out. Fuck it, ball out. Exactly. Attorney General is too soft? I think she's way too soft as well. I want somebody like Tom Homan in there, right? Like, that's, yeah, the families can be deported together. Let's get him in charge. This guy knows what matters.
From a jail to ICE custody on a detainer request in a way that was orderly and protected public safety. They would dump them off in a parking lot, and then ICE would have to chase them around with the DEA or whatever, or FBI, and pick them up.
What is this? The fucking, this is hide and seek? What the fuck is this?
This ended up in a foot chase in public sight. It says here a foot chase ensued. The agents, and this was a DEA agent and an FBI agent, pursued Flores Ruiz for the entire length of the courthouse, ultimately apprehended him near the intersection of West State Street and 10th Street. So the judge apparently has created a situation here where you have a public foot chase. And we all know that, well, sometimes they can come off without incident. They can also turn into very dangerous situations.
John, that's exactly right. She put the lives of our law enforcement.
Pam Bondi talks big, but we haven't seen much from her. I know. I know. We have to listen. Like, the fact that she hasn't had the Epstein files come out, like, we haven't had any high-profile direct arrests. I mean, nah, bro. Like, we gotta get this in there.
Enforcement officers at risk. She put the lives of citizens at risk. A street chase, which is absurd that had to happen. But yes, she put a lot of people in danger. That judge did it, so did the other judge.
This is what these people don't understand is, like, there's a lot of second order effects, like, for example, identity theft. And also, like, if you let somebody run away from the police, there's a chance that other people could be hurt trying to avoid the chase. Or this person could hurt somebody in the process of the chase. There's a lot of ways that this can create a domino effect that can negatively affect other people's lives.
Judge Cano is charged
Spider-Man
with
1?
They were
Great. There you go. Yeah, Spider-Man 1. Uncle Ben from exactly.
Allegedly giving him assault rifles, AK-47s, AR-15s, with a suppressor, a known TDA member, letting him go to a shooting range to refine and perfect his shooting skills. Now, what's happened to our judiciary is beyond me.
Yeah, so when the American public hears this and they think these were once upstanding people in their communities and their professions, and they put it all on the line for this, I mean, have you dug into their motive? Like, what?
It's because they think that they're untouchable because they're judges, and prosecuting them would come with a certain degree of political risk. I think that what they don't account for is the fact that what I believe, I think the majority of the country wants this to happen. And I think that if you accurately communicate this to the public, the overwhelming majority will want this to happen. And the only reason why there isn't universal support for this is because of active lies and disinformation, which is very common, but that's the reason why.
Inspired them to carry out these acts and harbor criminals.
They're deranged is all I can think of. I cannot believe, I think some of these judges think they are beyond and above the law, and they are not.
That's
and
exactly
we're sending a very strong message today. If you are harboring a fugitive, we don't care who you are. If you are helping hide one, if you are giving a TDA member guns, anyone who is illegally in this country, we will come after you and we will prosecute you. We will find you.
If I could just finish off with this idea, very significant development that you're arresting judges now. Now, it could be that the judge...
It's not significant at all. It's not. This is a person broke the law. They used their position to break the law. Like, there's police officers, like, I guess I could say, I've known people that have sold drugs to police officers, right? Like, this is, look, it happens, guys. It does. It happens. And the corruption, it's all the way down and all the way up. This isn't like, oh, you take this position and you're somehow this, immutable character, paragon of good character. That's just not how it works.
Judges have engaged in terribly bad behavior and
It's
deserve
significant in a good way. It is. Very good way.
to be arrested. But you know what critics will say? They'll say, "Oh, this is a government that is expanding the powers of the Article 1 of the Constitution. Now they're arresting judges."
Thank
How do you
God.
respond to that?
No one is above the law, John. No one is above the law in this country. And if you are destroying evidence, if you are obstructing justice, when you have victims sitting in a courtroom of domestic violence and you're escorting a criminal defendant out a back door, it will not be tolerated, and it is a crime in the United States.
There it is. She just lied. Hunter Biden's above the law. Trump's above the law. Yeah, he got a pardon. That's what it is. And that's not, by the way, getting a pardon isn't being above the law. That's using the law. That's a fact. Like, and so that's really the difference, right? I mean, you're literally like, this is a clever use of game mechanics, you could say, but at the same time, it's in the rules.
New York Times is getting some backlash for its apparently glowing review of controversial Twitch streamer Hassan Piker.
The Times initially headlined its profile, "A Progressive Mind in a MAGA Body," with the subhead reading, "Hassan Piker pumps iron."
He's got to tell them that, like, you need to stop, like, they have to be more critical, because if they're not more critical, everybody is going to think that it's like a coordinated thing. Like, it's almost like basically they're doing him a disservice by being so uncritical.
Likes weapons and wears pearls. His brand of masculinity has won him many fans online and has been a useful vehicle for his politics.
Times, however, apparently changed that headline to read, "A progressive mind in a body made for the manosphere." Piker, as some of you may know, has said some contentious things in the past. He once suggested that he didn't, quote, have an issue with Hezbollah. Piker also said the U.S. deserved the 9/11 attack, something the New York Times did note in the piece.
The Times' profile.
I feel like all of that is not even close to as bad as interviewing a Houthi terrorist and then saying we support you at the end of it. Like, it's one thing to interview the Taliban or ISIS or whatever. I don't think that's a big deal. I think it's fine. But after watching the interview myself, because I originally defended this, I defended him doing this a lot. And I said, well, you know, journalism, it's going to get messy in some cases, and that's fine. But the fact is that if you're glazing, no, I was just, I don't know, like, I guess I was being naive. But I assumed that he didn't glaze the terrorist. It turns out I was wrong.
File touched on the fact that Piker gets
I was wrong. There's a line. Yeah, find the aspect, you get it. Yes, you're wrong a lot. I know, but here's the difference between me being wrong and other people being wrong. You hear about me being wrong from me.
Way with things he says and does, like painting his nails or wearing pearls, because he has what one sociologist called jock insurance. In other words, his masculine gender capital gives him leeway to do and say outside-the-box things. The Times also...
This is a general reality. You know, you could look at it like the, halo effect. If somebody's attractive or good-looking or whatever, they're more positively received in a general sense. You see this all the time. If Luigi Mangione looked like me, there wouldn't be any girls crying for his removal. They'd be crying to have him executed, okay? So that's just how it is. And so it's an obvious truth, right? People are going to like you if you're attractive, and they're going to hate you if you're not. That's life. And I think also attraction is only one component to it. Like, for example, a lot of dictators and terrorist leaders, they've got a lot of riz. They do. They're really charismatic. They're very likable people. They're extremely charismatic. Look at Che Guevara in interviews. Bro, this guy's cool. This guy's super cool. Yeah, that's it. They're smart. Yeah, they're smart. That's stupid. Exactly. I think it's very persuasive. Extremely persuasive.
Due to the fact that he's, quote, a very handsome man.
Rocky, reactions abounded on X. Journalist Mary Catherine Ham wrote this: I kind of love that gushing media coverage of Hassan has to apologize for the fact that he's good looking and fit. Like, don't worry, although he looks like he's seen the inside of a gym. Bad. That's right coded. He's a shill for...
Why is it that... I don't understand how this is a winning proposition to create the narrative that people that are in shape and attractive and healthy are right-wing. Like, why, how did you think that creating this narrative was a good idea? This is like the worst idea that you could possibly have. It's true? It doesn't matter if it's true. You don't say it. You should be like, no, it's not true. You never say it.
Action socialism and murders terrorists. Good.
Meanwhile, journalist Mehdi Hassan wrote on Blue Sky, I'm glad the New York Times profiled Hassan Piker, but calling his use of the word genocide to describe Gaza extreme is insane. Some of Israel's top Holocaust scholars are calling it a genocide, as are Amnesty and Human Rights Watch. Absurd and unlikely.
So, this profile, I think, was...
So, vocabulary, right? I mean, I okay.
Is interesting and flawed in a variety of ways. It was very glowing toward Hassan Piker. Like, the author seems to have a crush on this guy. It just...
This is even this is the Hill. Even he's saying it. The glazing is insane. What makes you think your opinion on this matters? The fact that you're asking me.
Described, yes, he's a good-looking man who works out. Congrats to him. It was that point over and over and over again. Like, that's shocking. Also, it's kind of weird, the initial framing that, like...
A MAGA body, that part.
Right, liberals are trying to manifest the idea that only conservative people
work out.
I'm not even sure that on
It's
average...
so stupid. Like, why would you even do that?
If you went through the entire country, that conservative people are going to be in better shape than liberal people. That might probably breaks down by income level and a bunch of other things.
And urban, rural.
Well, if it does break down on income level, then it would make sense because people of higher incomes are, in my understanding, more conservative on average. So there's probably a correlation here, but I don't think you should leverage that.
And all that.
There is something true, however, to the fact now that, I mean, I've seen plenty of articles in like ridiculous liberal
Ops in Canada.
publications, being like, do you
Are
like
there
working?
no
By age?
ridiculous
Yeah, I've seen about
liberal
age.
publications?
There's,
Robert,
like,
what's that?
I was thinking like Jezebel type place. I don't even know if Jezebel's still in operation.
Yeah, yeah.
Something like that. Like, working out is right wing coded, and are you a secretly?
Dude, I'm so glad that that era of internet discourse is dead. I am. That was the dumbest era of discourse on the internet that we've ever had. It was so brain dead, pointless, stupid, like weird. I'm so happy about this.
Be a fascist if you work out. There has been a lot of that discourse
Yeah,
in
pure
progressive
brain
circles
rot,
now,
exactly.
So I see where they got
Yes,
this idea.
it was an ideology that was completely created by Karens.
But it's not true.
That's correct.
That working out is somehow
It's
right
stupid.
wing coded.
It's so stupid.
Look, I don't actually pay very much attention to Hassan Piker. He is a big deal on Twitch. He's very,
Yeah.
very left lean, like extremely socialist, extremely anti-Israel. I didn't know one thing I learned.
Yeah,
from
he doesn't
reading
like
this piece,
Israel.
which I didn't know, but maybe everyone knows, is that he admits to being a nepo baby. He got his start. I assumed he just like emerged naturally on playing video games on Twitch, the way a lot of people does. But no, Cenk Uygur is his uncle.
Right, and gave him a job.
I don't think that that matters. In Hassan's credit, and I know people get mad about this, but I do try to be fair. Nobody can gain and maintain popularity on Twitch because they are friends or they know somebody else who's popular. There are people who are friends with other people that are popular that do not maintain that relevancy to any degree. It doesn't matter on Twitch. Maybe it mattered with him being on the Young Turks or whatever, but ultimately growing and building an audience on Twitch is something that, like, I mean, you can look at somebody like you know, I don't want to be mean, right? But we're just going to use an example. Look at Frogan, right? You can have all the nepotism in the world, but sometimes it just doesn't hit.
With the Young Turks. Yeah.
Which, you know, that's fine. I like Cenk Uygur.
Right, I mean,
nothing wrong with that. He just didn't emerge totally out of nowhere.
Right.
Everybody.
Few people
turns
do.
out, is connected to somebody else. What did you make of the piece?
So I found it an interesting piece. I found it kind of curious because I, like you, I'm aware of that he exists, right? But you know, obviously I'm not on Twitch on a regular basis listening to his 8 hours of gaming and commentary while he's on
Gaming?
there. To me, in terms of the politics of what he said, which seems to be exercising the right a lot, you know, some of the things that he is being lambasted for seem to me to be sort of clumsy wordings of legitimate arguments. So, for example, on the Gaza thing, he's talking about the fact that he believes essentially that the Israeli response to October 7th has been so brutal that it can't be justified regardless of exactly what happened on October 7th. He regards it as disproportionate whether or not there were Israeli...
I think this is a fair analysis, by the way. I don't think that it's all encompassing. Like, for example, like interviewing the Houthi terrorist is like just not defensible in any way. But in general, I think this is true, and I think also I do this too. I think that anybody who live streams all the time does this, where like you're talking and you just kind of you talk in like a hyperbole. People take it as that's what you meant, and then they get mad about it. Yeah, sure, of course.
People raped on October 7th or not. That is not something I would say. I don't think it is wise or sensitive to get into that whole debate about, you know, well, if people were or weren't raped, that changes or doesn't change the equation. But I see his
It's a bad soundbite. It's definitely a bounce. It's definitely a bad soundbite. That's really all there is to it. I mean, it sounds really bad when you hear somebody saying that.
The point is that the Israelis
And by the way, like, I mean, you know, it takes one to know one. I get it.
have gone in, killed people in the tens of thousands, and nothing can justify that. That seems to me to be his argument. September 11th, again, I would not say what he said. I'm not sure that it means that he should be, I don't know, you know, exiled from Twitch or anywhere else?
I certainly don't want him exiled from Twitch. I'm against censorship. He should.
That's true. But according to the terms of service, the way that he conducted the interview and the way that he showed the videos of Hamas, I think it might have been Hezbollah, I don't remember exactly, and interviewing that guy, if you applied the terms of service, he should have been suspended for that. I'm not advocating for him being retroactively suspended for that, but if you look at what the rules are, he broke the rules. It's just a fact.
Be able to say whatever provocative thing
Just how it is.
he wants. I do not think, every criticism of what Israel does is necessarily anti-Semitic. I want, okay, what exactly did they say?
Right.
Never take their word for
Right.
it on whether that's being alleged. Now, all of that said, the things he's actually said over the years seem pretty incendiary to me. Again, I'm not clutching my pearls. Unlike him, I don't wear any, so I have nothing
No pearls to clutch.
But he just says some awful stuff.
Well, I think
Jesus.
it's curious that Hezbollah
He says
is
really violent stuff. He said I don't agree with Dan Crenshaw's views generally, but that he deserved to lose his eye and
I would
deserved 9/11, and everyone who disagrees with him deserves to come to some violent end. And I think if right-wing people, and there are right-wing people who similarly do use insane.
Who could that possibly be?
Contrarian
Uh-huh.
ways of speaking would not be not just lionized but lusted over in the pages of
Yeah.
the New York Times, and so that there's something a little bit selective about what is a disqualifying way of making a provocative point.
Right, and nothing of it Dan Crenshaw. I wouldn't defend that in any way at all. And so this is, in some ways, the peril of discussing a person with whom I'm vaguely familiar. If our commenters want to draw my attention to comments like that one by Crenshaw or other things which are plainly
Right,
He's right. If you can't criticize the whole country, then we're at risk of losing freedom of speech. However, there's a large line that's obviously been crossed. Who the fuck thinks you can't criticize Israel? Besides people that are like the Israeli government. That's it. Nobody else thinks that.
Right, we always want to go and check. Well, what exactly did he say? I never
Ideological
want to
compromise. Yeah, exactly.
rely on someone
you're right.
else's characterization because a lot of those sometimes they're unfair.
Right.
Even for people I still do think are like not good. Like Candace Owens, for example, said a lot of things I think are insane over the years.
Yeah.
But people say, oh, she's this thing she said was crazy, and they'll look and go, well, that's not that is being not fairly characterized. It happens to everybody. It happens to us, I'm sure.
No, and yeah, absolutely. And one of the conversations that I did see being seized upon was Hassan Piker talking about...
I can respect him saying that, and I wish more people, like, the way he said that is the way that I think about things, too. Like, that's really the way I am. It's like, even if you disagree with the person on something, there are still fair and unfair ways of characterization.
Smaller. And as far as I could tell from what I read, his argument was that it's a legitimate resistance movement that has some political support in Lebanon, which the latter part of that is a objective fact, and that he was, I'm not even sure if it's fair to say defending them, contextualizing them in that way. Now, if he said something that was more endorsing of direct acts of violence, then obviously... I wouldn't defend that. But it is, I think one of the reasons that I'm approaching this slightly gingerly is that one of the people who have been most vocal in their opposition to him has been Congressman Richie Torres, a Democratic congressman who has been at the absolute forefront, I would argue, of delegitimizing or seeking to delegitimize criticism of Israel that is legitimate by painting it as inherently anti-Semitic or whatever.
That's true. He's right about this. Baldy's right.
Pro-terrorism. And so, to your point of not taking people's
But
word
he
for
did
it,
say
I'm highly reluctant to take
he
people's
did
word for it.
apparently he did say it doesn't matter if effing rapes happened on October 7th. That's a pretty awful way to put it.
It is a pretty awful way to put it. I mean,
You're just so wrapped up on your ideological commitment that, you know, what Israel is doing is wrong, that you have to say, well, don't pay attention to that or whatever.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
look, those words are awful. They are part of a larger discussion, but I don't think you should say those words. His argument is the Israeli response was so brutal that it would not be justified, even if there were rapes.
There's so many other things he says that
I actually think that this is an incredibly reasonable and sound and even-handed explanation of what was said. Yeah, I think this is actually a W for Baldy here.
I can't even repeat on this show because they're so
For
expletive
being very fair,
filled,
yeah.
which is
Overly reasonable, yeah.
what you can do on Twitch, but not on our show.
Yeah.
Interesting, though, that he does have a massive following. You know, he's part of the alternative media ecosystem, and gets a lot more attention for himself. And probably that's what the New York Times was trying to look at. How can, again, it's another Joe Rogan of the left kind of situation. How can we have an appealing, have someone who speaks to young people and has a massive audience that's not totally
for sure.
right-wing branded or vibe-based as the Joe Rogan and Theo Vons and all those people are. But,
and then it basically was this argument about whether...
The reason why a lot of people, they're having a hard time finding, quote, Joe Rogans of the left is because the viewpoints that they have aren't popular. That's the reason why. And so Joe Rogan is Joe Rogan because of his popularity and his fame and his notoriety. The fact is that these viewpoints that are being pushed by like a very small, very militant group of people on the internet, but they don't represent a larger audience. And you see that in audience discrepancies as well. That's why, for example, you can have like the, left-wing versus right-wing like dichotomy of, like popularity. Maybe the reason why there's a lot more right-wing people that are popular online is because there's more people that are right-wing that are online. So it's harder to have a, base of operations in a place where you're outnumbered. I mean, it's common sense.
There is, in fact, two overtly
I don't know what to say.
Obviously animated by politics in a way that Rogan isn't, and so does that limit his appeal in a way that Rogan's appeal is less limited.
and he works out. Amazing.
There we go. Astonishing.
The Trump administration lashes out at Amazon, calling the company hostile for...
Yeah, it's crazy. I did see the article, and I do think it's kind of funny to see these articles get put out there. The woke left don't want a Joe Rogan. Well, I don't really know. Like, what I'm saying is that, like, I understand Joe Rogan is the left, and the left him. I get that. I understand that. I'm not trying to and push that. But my point is that the reason why you don't have like a voice that's like extremely popular in a mainstream way, the reason why is because the ideas aren't popular in a mainstream way. When you constantly take the side of the 20 in an 80-20 argument, you're not going to get an audience of the 80. That's just common sense. And so that's the reason why a lot of these people don't catch on and they're not popular. It's because they're constantly trying to defend and run defense for ideas that are just fundamentally incongruent with reality. And I think that's the big problem that they have. Isn't Gavin Newsom trying to be that voice? Yes, he is. And I think that not only is he not gaining ground with right-wing people, I think that he's also losing ground with left-wing people at a faster rate. I think that he's alienating them because he was the guy that was using the words Latinx. So, like, a lot of people are stupid and they're not stupid. It's very, very weird paradox that you can talk about. But people are both. And the Latinx, yeah, exactly, right? And so one thing that I think a lot of people are good at is being able to sense inauthenticity. And I think that, like, you can use a couple of examples of this. You can look at certain streamers that feel like, they're, I guess what you would call, like, industry plant or something like that. And people just don't have any sort of respect or attention for it at all. You could also look at cases where it's certain candidates that are running for public office that they don't really feel authentic or legitimate at all, and so people just don't like them. And there's all of these examples. I don't want to list names as streamers, okay? I don't want to do that. I mean, everybody's going to have their own separate list. But the point is that whenever you have somebody, and this is the reason why I think that, like, the whole argument of, like, oh, Trump, like, you know, is a felon and all this, like, fell apart. It's because any reasonable person can see that there's, like, very clearly a bias when Hunter Biden is playing GTA Online in real life, but he's not in jail. But we want to have Trump be in jail. No. Like, that to me is a non-starter. That, no, you don't care about the law, you don't care about the rules, you don't care about any of that. You just care about doing it to the people that you don't like, right? It's already biased. Yeah, I don't want to hear it. Both can be criminals. Yeah, but if they're both not prosecuted and treated the same way, then it doesn't matter. A rule, when it's not applied to everyone, isn't a rule, it's a weapon. And so when you see people that are applying a rule to one group of people but not another group of people, the respect for that rule gets destroyed. And so that's the reason why people don't care about that kind of stuff. And Hunter Biden is not important? Exactly. Doesn't that make my point even stronger? That this is a person that's not even relevant, that's not even important, and even he's being protected. If Hunter Biden was a working class black guy, where would he be right now? Where would he be? Jail. Everybody knows, and everybody knows it. Every single person in this chat fucking knows it. And the only reason why he's not is because he's the president's son. That's the reason. And no, I'm not going to respect any sort of arguments to authority or the rule of law when the person is doing that. If you really believe in this, then stand on it. You don't, because you don't believe in it. Therefore, I don't believe in it, and I don't respect it either. Don't let people use your own virtue against you. It looks like creator clashes. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, it's very, very bad. Let's see here.
Tragic day for the 25 people who thought about going to Creator Clash 3, which is literally in a month and a half. Can we please have
I didn't even know about that.
To the 25 people who are going, please. I'm pretty sure everyone here knows about Creator Clash, the event hosted by...
I knew about the one last year. I didn't even know this one was happening at all. They didn't do a good job advertising it in any capacity. This is the video saying that it's falling apart is the first time that I heard about it.
Anissa and Anissa's husband were influencers, my favorite word of all time, fight other influencers, and the money goes to charity. I've said this before, despite the fact that I don't like iDubbbz, I think he's a loser, I think he's a lot of things, I don't want to repeat myself, but I don't want the event to fail because number one, I think it's a good concept. Number two, a certain percentage of whatever the event makes, it goes towards charity. I'm never going to prey on a charity event to go bad. The only people...
I don't think that you can hide behind charity if you're doing something that's problematic. I think that a lot of people do that and they try to say, oh, well, it's for charity, so it's okay. I think that something is either good or bad, and the goodness or badness of it can't really, like, there's like a bit of a shift, right, if you're doing something for charity, but in a general sense, I don't like the idea like, oh, well, I'm doing this for charity, so it's okay for me to do something that's problematic.
That are going to be affected by this are the people that need it the most. So do I want the event to fall and flop like crazy? No. If it had better fighters, this event would be pretty fire. So these are the fights, right? I don't know any of these people. I know this guy, the other one out. I like his content.
Let me see. Do I know any of these people? Okay, so this guy already dropped out. So this is the main title card fight, and this guy dropped out. I know Tubbo and Snapnap.
Don't know any of
I know Myth.
People. I know this guy.
I know Will Neff.
I like his content. OG YouTuber, if I'm not mistaken.
Sure if I know
Don't
Freddie.
know. Oh yeah, I know this guy. I like their videos. I believe she works for the H3 podcast, if I'm not mistaken.
She works for the H3 podcast? That's a little bit awkward, isn't it? That's really awkward. Oh, jeez.
So the event is pretty mid. Just looking at who's fighting and making them fall asleep. The event is doing absolutely horrible. It's about to go triple cardboard. And who is to blame for this? iDubbbz, he has barely promoted this event, and on top of that, on his most successful video that he's had in years, probably in half a decade, he never once mentioned Creator Clash 3. Now,
It's crazy that you used your real estate to promote Frogan instead of your event. Oh God, what a bad call. Jeez, what a bad call.
The content cop was for two things: for money, because I'm sure he needs it, and to build some buzz around the event, right? He never mentioned Creator Clash 3 once, which I thought was pretty stupid. I was like, well, if you're gonna scoop that low to make a video on your former friend and then spread lies, I would respect you a little more if you plug. So I saw this tweet, and this is pretty much the inspiration behind this video. Drummer posted,
Trump's live at a rally. Okay, I'll watch it after this. Remind me.
it's not looking too good for Creator Clash 3, and they showed this Ticketmaster graph. This is not good. This is not good at all. Now, in my opinion, this card would have been a lot better if it had Frogan somewhere on here. Maybe me versus Frogan. I think that would be pretty hard. Honestly, I don't think
that's gonna happen.
Hey, hey, baby. Now I wanna know.
Entertaining fight. Who cares about 90% of these? And I'm being very.
I think this is a very fair criticism, is that the title card fights aren't very interesting, and because of that, the event probably won't do very well. I don't think this is really a result of iDubbbz's reputation or a result of the content cop. I think it's just the, it's just the content of the character, right? The content of the event itself.
Yeah, it's more like 98%. I do think they're going to cancel it because for whatever reason, iDubbbz thought it would be smart to book it at this arena, right? This arena has a 21,000 people capacity. Now, maybe if this was 2015 or 2016, maybe even 2017, iDubbbz could have sold this out within a few weeks. But this is 2025 iDubbbz we're talking about. I'm sure he would have a hard time selling out at a
2020, 2014, 2015 iDubbbz would have had a better lineup, and so it wouldn't have been a problem. And this is also the issue with like a declining popularity thing like this, is that whenever you have a declining like viewer base, obviously somebody doesn't want to get punched in the face in front of 5 people, but they'd be willing to do it in front of 50,000. So the more people that you can get to watch something, the higher the appeal is to get people to participate in it. That's just how it is. Yeah, Leafy versus iDubbbz. That's a good one.
Chili's or at a fucking In-N-Out establishment, let alone a 21,000 people capacity. I have a question, and hopefully someone out there could answer this for me. Who is managing the books for iDubbbz? Who told them it was a good idea to rent out this 20,000+ people capacity arena? This is just unrealistic. And at his peak, this would have been low-key kind of hard to sell as well. I
Big
think
mistake.
a 10,000 people capacity would have been perfect. This is going to lose money like crazy. And on top of that, you have to pay the fighters, right? And there's a whole bunch of other expenses. It's not only, oh, let's rent the arena. It's everything else.
That's a good idea. You could have Cinder versus the other VTubers, and then maybe her boyfriend could come in halfway through the match and help her.
That comes with that. In case
That's a
you guys
good
don't
idea.
remember, the last Creator Clash lost $250,000, $250,000, and iDubbbz had to go on Twitch for like 10 to 12 hours to raise money for charity.
Jesus.
Respectable.
I have some bad news
That
to share
sucks.
with you. I really don't want to share it. I feel terrible. This year has been a rough one, but this is the path that I chose, so I think it's best to be transparent. We lost $250,000 on the event. The way that this typically works for anyone who's unaware is that once our expenses are paid off for the event, like all the minimums of like, you know, broadcasting, the hotel, travel, all that sort of stuff, once that's all paid off, then we can start paying the charities. Unfortunately, we didn't even reach the break-even point.
Jesus.
Right? We're $250,000.
So why'd you do it again? I feel like, to me, I would say, bro, we didn't make any. Like, let's try something else. Yeah.
Just look at this. This is brutal. If the event does
Oh
go
my
on,
God.
they're most likely going to just close these and just have these. So it becomes what, a 10,000 people capacity? I mean, you're gonna be realistic. No one really likes you. No one really cares about you anymore. And I think on top of that,
Jesus.
this roster just sucks, dude. It's
And again,
generally
their title card fighter just dropped out.
90% shitty. Hope I'm wrong, right? Because I don't want money to be taken away from charity. I am willing to bet that in about 2, 3, 4 months, iDubbbz is going to upload a video talking about how Creator Clash 3 completely flopped, and he's going to have to sell his house for Creator Clash 4. He has no idea what he's doing with this life. Then we get this update. They have removed all the upper bowl sitting, which was what I was just
Why
talking
would you even do? That's not even like.
about. If I was iDubbbz or Anissa, I would be freaking the fuck out. I don't know how much it costs to rent
I
a
would
bowl.
find a way to cancel that shit. I'm gonna be honest. Like, I would say,
Can't
like, yeah,
imagine
bro,
it being
like,
cheap.
this
I
is
do
it.
believe the content cost was
I'm out.
definitely for money to fund Creator Clash 3. At this rate, we'll probably get 3 more content cops just so they can
Ooh,
fund the fucking
yeah,
arena.
take
I do
the
think
L.
this might be the last one. Once again, hope I'm wrong.
I think
it's
this one's
a
gonna be
pretty
the last one.
interesting concept.
Realistically.
It's just horribly.
He's damaged his reputation too much for people to want to interact with him willingly. That's just the truth.
Managed. The only time you hear about it is when there's drama with iDubbbz. No one genuinely cares for most of the fighters. And on top of that, iDubbbz is not even promoting it. It says right here, Creator Clash 3 has discounted
I didn't
about
even know about
half
this.
of all available seating and reduced their price for seats. Also, by about half. This is so close to the ring. It used to go for $215, and now it's going for $117. Now, I think this is a bit further, but still. And once again, the only person that you could blame is iDubbbz. And then we got this. Jake Paul announced his next boxing event will be the same day as iDubbbz's Creator Clash 3.
Oh my god. Oh jeez.
I mean, I'm not going to watch either, truth be told. I don't give a fuck about Jake Paul or his boxing career. He's always boxing people that are so old or people
Jake
who
Paul's
are
gonna kill it? Yeah, people like Jake
still
Paul.
past their prime, so
Well,
I
they might
don't
not
care.
like him, but
if
they
I
wanna
was
see him get
forced to
knocked
watch
out.
One, I'll probably go
So they'll
towards
watch.
the Jake Paul one. You're paying $30 to $50 for a boxing event. Who are you going to see? iDubbbz, who's not even fighting?
I remember even my dad had an opinion about the Mike Tyson one.
or are you going to see Jake Paul? It low-key feels like they're doing this on purpose to sabotage themselves and then play victim. Of course, that's just my insane tinfoil conspiracy theory mode going on, but it just doesn't make any sense. If I'm iDubbbz, right, and I'm going all out, I'm gonna revive a dead series that I hated doing, I might as well plug my boxing event, right? I have no shame at this point. So here I am on the Ticketmaster website. I'm nowhere near Florida, but if I was in Florida, I would go to the event if it even happened in the first place. So I'm recording this video April 25th.
It's kind of sad because I remember the first creator clash that happened was so fucking popular. Like, everybody was there. All of the popular internet people were there and everything. And it seems like, I think this is another big issue. It's like a meta level issue, is that a lot of these like big events, they were popular because of the COVID. Like, it was like a second order effect from COVID, where like COVID blew up people's audiences a lot, and because of these larger audiences that were created artificially, you had a lot of people that were creating these public events and they were gaining popularity. But now that things have stabilized more, you had a lot of that fall apart.
Yeah, it's Jesus, this is rough. I would not be surprised if they close this section as well. I mean, look at this section, dude. $212. Is iDubbbz going to personally come over and do a hand job for this money? At this point, my conspiracy hat is back on. But you want the event to fly on purpose. This is a tragic way to go out. And I do think it's going to get canceled unless they want to perform in front of 50 to 80 people. I mean, as long as charity gets money, I guess that's all that matters. I guess
they're not going to get the money if the people don't show up, because that's how they make money.
Piker and that part
of
the community did absolutely no favors. Yeah, man, it's looking rough, but you know, this is what he chose. When you look at the actions have consequences. But with that said, what do you guys think of the situation? Are you guys going to Are you guys going to Creator Clash 3? If you are, let me know. Let me know how it is. Let me know in the comments below. I'll just be waiting for iDubbbz to announce the fact that it performed absolutely horribly and now they're in debt.
He should cancel it.
He's going to have to stream for like 35 hours to make the money up. But I don't know, only time will tell. But anyways, I'm out. Subscribe to the channel so I can fight in Creator Clash 4. That's going to
okay. Well, here's the thing, right? Look at this guy. I've never watched his videos before. I'll link it to you guys real quick. I think this actually had nothing to do with any drama with the content cop or anything like that. I don't think it has anything to do with it. I think it's just simply that the event wasn't really that interesting. It's basically compounding off of the lack of interest from the previous event, a reduction in people that are willing to be title card fighters, and I think all of these things happening came together and it damaged the event in a way that I don't think is recoverable. I don't think Creator Clash is really going to do very well. I don't think they're going to make their money back, and I think overall it's going to be a negative. Is this a rally for his 2028 campaign?
After decades of politicians who destroyed Detroit to build up Beijing,
for 2028?
You finally have a champion for workers in the White House, and instead of putting China first, I'm putting Michigan first, and I'm putting America first.
So he's still campaigning.
After a lifetime of unelected bureaucrats stealing your paychecks, attacking your values, and trampling your freedoms, we are stopping their gravy train, ending their power trip, and telling thousands of corrupt, incompetent, and unnecessary deep state bureaucrats, you're fired. Get the hell out of here. You're fired. Get out of here.
Yeah, obviously.
In 100 days, we have delivered the most most profound change in Washington in nearly 100 years. I read an editorial today that this is the most consequential presidency in history. How about that? And it wasn't even by a group that would normally be supporting us. It was a group of people that I think they tend to be on the liberal side.
Well, consequential doesn't always mean good, to be fair.
Election.
Like 9/11 was consequential.
You have to see when you hear some of these numbers, but that is the most consequential election that we've ever had in our country. And what a nice thing. I'm going to start again subscribing to that particular paper. Even if I don't read it much, I'm going to subscribe. But it was a very nice compliment, especially from them. They know what I'm talking about. We're ushering out the long reign of special interests and the radical left lunatics, and we're ushering in the golden age of America. That's what we...
All right. Well, that sounds pretty good, right?
Right? Front row Joe. Look at you, front row Joes. I miss you guys. I miss the campaign.
Oh, no.
Changed. You've lost a couple of pounds.
Oh, no.
It's probably getting to one of those jabbers. You've lost a couple of pounds. You look good. And I have Mr. Wall here. This guy. How many rallies have you gone to? Like hundreds, and we love him here.
Jesus. How the fuck do you go to that many rallies? I guess they're retired, right?
We appreciate it.
It's like their job.
Thank you. You know, we have a group of ladies. I don't know if they're here, but we have a group of women from North Carolina, a large group.
Free time. Yeah, it's a lot of free time.
Beautiful women, and they've been to 129 rallies. They're happily married, I think, too. They just keep going to rallies all the time. But they're great. North Carolina, where we won by big numbers. Nowhere has this transformation been more dramatic than our southern border. You have seen a change on your southern border that Sleepy Joe said couldn't happen. Sleepy Joe, the worst president in history, said it couldn't happen. The last administration engineered a massive border invasion, allowing gangs,
we got to get that bingo card up again, boys.
Invade our communities and rape and murder our citizens, and that is being nice about it. That's actually being nice about it. They are the worst. But standing before you today, I can proudly report that this heinous betrayal is over and that we have achieved the most secure border in American history.
Wow.
By far.
That's pretty good.
For 2 months in a row, we have now set all-time records, and this is by the media, the fake news media, which most of it is fake. We've set all-time records for the lowest number of illegal border crossings ever recorded. The number of illegal border crossers released into the United States is down, listen to this please, 99.999%.
999. Did he really need to say that? Oh, he did.
99.999.
Oh, he did it again.
999.
3 people.
Oh boy.
3. And I got angry as hell at Tom Homan. How did you allow 3, Tom? I called up Christy. Christy Noem's doing a great job, Tom Homan. I said, how did you allow 3 people? No, they allowed a few in.
Honestly, I feel like if you get through at this point, that's like natural selection. You just give them citizenship. That's impressive.
We had to take care of them, but it was a few people. But 3 people got in versus hundreds of thousands in the last administration. Hundreds of thousands a month were pouring in. Biden had no control. Thank goodness he appointed a great border czar, right? Kamala.
Oh, jeez.
Kamala.
Oh, jeez.
Kamala. She was a great candidate. She was fantastic. Joe Biden was down 35 points. The debate was not a good one for him. He said,
bro,
he's
still on this shit.
He was down 35 points.
Oh my God.
To replace him. Nothing ever happens like what happens to me. It never happens to anybody else. I had to beat 2 candidates. So he's down. This is like you're in a fight. Dana White, the UFC, you're in a fight and you're just beating the guy so badly, and they say, oh, let's put in another fighter. That's what happened. and I knew nothing about her. She was vice president, but nobody knew a damn thing about her. She had nothing to do with the border, even though she was appointed border czar. The great people, all of the great people, Paul and all of the border patrol people, they never spoke to her. They never heard about her. For 4 years, she never called. But there's never been such a difference in anything as the difference between the border today and the border what it was just 6 months ago. So I want to say congratulations, America. It's about time.
It's crazy how like such an easy and obvious
If we had
W
not
got
won
lost.
the 2024 election,
Yeah.
oh, does that sound good, right? We won the.
Oh yeah, he's gonna be doing more of these. Oh yeah.
The radical left Democrats would right now importing the next 10 million invaders and giving amnesty to 30 or 40 million illegals. Many of them criminals, many of them, frankly, murderers and people of crime at the absolute highest level. Real bad people. It would only be a matter of years or months until America itself became a failed third world nation. That was happening to us. We were going to be a third world nation. I'll tell you what, if these guys won, if this group of radical lunatics, and by the way, you know, Biden, we find out that whoever operated the auto pen was the real president, and Biden knew nothing about it. You know, he had a group of
this guy,
who were very
the
smart,
white hat.
and a woman, a particular woman. Very smart people. These are not stupid people. These are sick people, but they're not stupid people. And they were very smart. What they're best at is cheating at election. They cheat on elections. That's their single greatest
Having a
thing.
good
They
time? Yeah, he
cheat
is.
like hell. And let me tell you, they tried to cheat on this election, but we made it too big to rig. Remember? Too big to rig. They tried.
I've heard this one before. Yep.
I watched those numbers. We had Elon with us. Elon is a smart guy. Elon was with us.
Oh yeah.
Elon Musk. And I was sitting with Dana White and Elon Musk, and I'm watching the numbers in Pennsylvania, and we're winning so easily. Then all of a sudden it flatlined. And I said, you know, I think they're cheating again. Look at this. What's going on? I think they're cheating again. And Elon looked at us. He goes, no, you're going to win. They just don't know it yet. And about 15 minutes later, we won.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Crazy. I'll never forget. You're going to win. They just don't know it yet. But you know what? We made it too big to rig.
They're going to say that's because Elon knew the fix was in. I guarantee you.
The US military to defend our
Just
country
wait.
from the invasion of our border. I shut down all migrant flights. Do you remember when we're talking about people coming in, they're trying to deny it. People are flowing in. They said, no, I don't see any people. It's like, what's wrong? But then we saw airplanes going overhead. We said, what the hell are those airplanes doing?
I thought those were drones.
757s were traveling right overhead, loaded up with people. I say, where the hell are those planes going? They were loaded up with migrants coming in illegally, flying in by planes, paid for by the U.S. government.
Oh.
I'll tell you, they are sick. Remember that day? That was the day we found out that not only do we have to defend it here, we have to defend it not only in the water, we have to defend it in the air. The planes were going over us. I said, what the hell is that? I banned all welfare to illegals, and I signed an order that will end automatic citizenship for the children of illegal aliens. No citizenship. For years, Joe Biden and the media told us that stopping the flood of illegal immigration was absolutely impossible. He said it was impossible. He didn't know what the hell anybody was talking about. He said it was impossible, that the president had no power to stop what was needed in the form of
when are the elections? Oh, there aren't any.
He needed legislation. He had no power to get it.
Yeah, we already got rid of that.
But it turned out that all we needed was a new president.
Like Ukraine? Yeah, for sure.
Within days of taking
we
office,
finished
I
those.
signed the Laken-Riley Act. Laken-Riley, beautiful Laken-Riley, who was killed by an illegal immigrant, viciously, violently killed. But I signed the Laken-Riley Act to facilitate the expulsion of dangerous criminal aliens, and when necessary, we had to put them in jail. We couldn't take a chance that they'd come back in again. In recent weeks, ICE, who are great. These people are great. has arrested dozens of child rapists along with
Talk about the judges.
murderers, kidnappers,
Yeah, I want to
drug
hear about the
traffickers,
judges.
thieves, and frankly, people from mental institutions.
Let's
We've
get that.
designated 6 murderous Mexican drug cartels as foreign terrorist organization. We have also designated
know how that
2
didn't happen
bloodthirsty
before, really.
transnational gangs, MS-13 and Trendiaragua, TDA.
Yeah, I'm
They've
actually
been
kind of surprised.
designated the highest level of terrorist, and that lets us do a lot of things that you wouldn't be able to do. We got to get them out of here before they kill more people. They've killed plenty. My administration has increased arrests of known and suspected terrorists by 655%. Is that a
Rookie number.
We tried to get it higher.
Yeah.
We tried to get it higher, but the courts are giving us a hard time. Can you believe? You know, I won on the
Gotta do
basis
more.
I think the number one thing was on illegal immigration, the border, the people pouring across our border that are from all over the world. They're unbelievably bad. In many cases, unbelievably bad people. I think that was.
He's probably right about that.
And now the courts are trying to say that, you know, that doesn't matter. I don't think it's going to be allowed to stand. Democrats have vowed mass invasion and mass migration. We are delivering mass deportation, and it's happening very fast.
Yeah, they're getting a lot of people out now.
And the worst of the worst are being sent to a no-nonsense prison in El Salvador. Why don't you watch this? Watch this. Take a look.
Oh no, he's not gonna play the music video, is he? He about to play the music video? Oh shit. Oh god. What, you can't get a camera on it?
So under President Trump, America is a dumping ground for criminals no longer. They're not even trying to come in. But while we're fighting to protect Americans, the radical left Democrats, who are so bad for this country, are fighting to protect TDA, you just saw that, and MS-13 criminals, and you don't even know which is worse, but they are the top of the line. For years, Democrat politicians did not raise one word of protest as American women and girls were raped and slaughtered by these monsters. They were raped and slaughtered by numbers that you don't even want to hear about. But the second we try to deport them, the radical Democrat Party is racing to the defense of some of the most violent savages on the face.
It's crazy how hard they sent for them.
Vote for these people.
Yeah, I think this is a losing
They're
proposition.
racing to the courts to help them, but this is
Very,
not what the people
very
want.
bad
this
idea.
is not what they voted for in record numbers. I won the election. We won every
weird?
swing state.
Yeah, it is.
We won the
Turn it up.
popular
Yeah,
vote. And we got 312 electoral college votes. And just this month, 2 Venezuelan members of TDA, Trendiaragua,
He loves to say it.
arrested in Washington.
He really likes saying it.
Really, he does like saying it.
Power drill through her hand to extort her bank account
What the
information,
fuck?
shooting her, leaving her for dead, and miraculously.
Who does?
I wanna know. Kom, willen jullie lekkers? Willen jullie blikkie? Heel hard blikkie? Willen jullie blikkie?
guys didn't see anything. There we go.
What's this?
Not feeling so well. In January, Trendy
Jesus.
Aragua member in Chicago kidnapped
Yeah, sounds like a
three
real
women, took
jerk.
them
Yeah,
to
guy sounds like an
lined them
asshole.
up and shot them each in the head. They all died. And the FBI recently assessed that these vicious gangs have been sent by the foreign regime in Venezuela to foment violence and instability in the United States of America. Can't let that happen.
Uh-oh.
And it's not just, in all fairness, not Venezuela. It's all over the world. It's all over. They come in from the Congo. They come in from Africa. The Congo, they emptied out their prisons into our
How'd they get
country.
over here?
But they come from Africa, Asia, South America. They come from all over bad parts of Europe. That's why
The
we've
airplane?
invoked the
A
Alien
boat?
Enemies Act to expel every foreign terrorist from our soil as quickly as possible.
I hope he talks about running
Never
in
forget
2028.
the same people that we now claim we're not just not taking this crap anymore. We can't.
This
They're
guy,
claiming that we're not allowed to deport illegals, and they're the ones who orchestrated an 8-year campaign to jail their political opponents. You know what I mean? They want to jail. They want to jail. That's all they can do, jail their political opponents. What they did to people is a disgrace. And now they come after us. Why are you not
Lily.
nice to them? Why are you not
He's like,
They tried to jail your president. They tried to jail. Except for the really courageousness of a few very good judges, you know, we could have been calling you from the other side of the bar saying, hey fellas, how about a little protest? How about a little protest? Oh, God. They cheered the assassination of CEOs, looted our cities, and destroyed our property. They tried to jail our politicians, and they tried to jail
Luigi mentioned.
many of whom didn't even know what the hell they were being looked at for. These people are criminals. If they had their way, we would be living in a third world hellhole. That's what they want. Removing the invaders is not just a campaign pledge. It's my solemn duty as Commander-in-Chief. I have an obligation to do it. Save our country.
Luigi's Mansion? Yeah.
And that's why we got, despite the fake polls, you know, they do these polls
It's a
where they
6x6
interview far
cell.
more Democrats than Republicans. I saw them over the last few days, and I had them checked out. They interview far more Democrats for the polls. They interview Democrats by big numbers and then Republicans by small. They say, Trump only has a 44% approval rating. Well, it's actually not bad. But when you figure that if it were a legit poll, it would be in the 60s or 70s. These people are a bunch of crooked people. No, they interview more Democrats than Republicans. In other words, they take the poll and they interview Democrats. They poll Democrats. And then they say, they try and depress it as much, just like they write bad stories. 97% of the stories written about me, think of it, were negative, and yet we won in a landslide because they have no credibility.
That's a good point, honestly. People don't give a fuck about mainstream media anymore. Yeah,
And
they just
also, we
straight up
cannot
don't
allow a
believe it.
handful of communist, radical left judges to obstruct the enforcement of our laws and
Revise this
assume
shit?
the
Enough
duties
people
that
to get
belong
voted in?
solely to the President of the United States. Judges are trying to take away
Oh, here we go.
the power given to the President to keep our country safe. It's not a good thing, but I hope for the sake of our country that the Supreme Court is going to save this, because we have to do something. These people are just looking to destroy our country. Nothing will stop me in the mission to keep America safe again. It's very simple. Keep America safe again. And our first 100 days have also produced historic results in the battle to defeat Biden's inflation disaster and bring jobs and wealth back to America and bring them back to Michigan, okay? We want to bring it back.
I bet this is in Michigan, right?
As an example, since I
it
took
say?
office, the cost of eggs is
Yeah, it's
down
in Michigan. That's what I thought.
87%. Now,
I could have guessed that.
you remember a few
They're
weeks
smart?
ago
I
before
don't.
Thanksgiving, before We heard about it before. I heard about it a long time ago. Before Thanksgiving, I heard about it. And then I was hearing that I wasn't president. This guy was barely president. Nobody knew, was he president? Who the hell was president? To this day, I say it was the one that operated the auto pen. What do I know? But I was hearing about eggs, and then all of a sudden we have a great election victory. And my first week in office, they start screaming at me, "What about the price of eggs? Eggs, eggs." I said, "I've only been here for 6 days. I was there 6 days."
That's to be, I mean,
I said, "What's wrong with eggs?" They said, "The price of eggs has gone through the roof, and you won't be able to have them for Easter."
They started blaming him on,
So
like,
I
on
put
this
a
shit, like,
very
the first
capable
week.
Brooke Rollins, who's our wonderful commissioner of agriculture that you know in Michigan.
Said day one. No, I said that
I've
for the
only
trade
been
war.
here 6 days before.
That one didn't happen
maybe
either,
even
but
less,
still.
maybe 5, maybe 4. But it was my first week, and I said, "Brooke, you got to save me here. I'm getting killed about eggs. What the hell's going on with eggs?" He said, "Well, you can't get them. The price is through the roof, and it looks like we're going to have a real problem for Easter. You're not going to have eggs." I said, "Brooke, that doesn't sound politically viable to me. That doesn't sound good." Because nobody's going to believe me when you get out there that it's Sleepy Joe Biden's fault. So, Brooke, you got to get going, Brooke, please.
Oh, he's right
And
about
she
that.
did a great job. And you had so many eggs for Easter, and your price was down 87% from that point. Prices are coming way down. You know, the fake news doesn't say. They said, he pledged. Now, I pledged safe borders. I pledged all sorts of things. But they said, he pledged to bring prices down. Well, that's what I've done. They're trying to say the prices have gone up. Your energy, your car, your gasoline, and they have 3
I hardly even
states
go to the store.
this week, a couple of days
I'm not
ago,
even
that
sure.
were $1.98.
Okay.
Yeah, are things cheaper now or
So
not?
gasoline prices are
Yeah, I don't
down
even
by
know.
a lot. Energy prices are
Right.
down. Mortgage rates actually just went down.
Not really? Okay.
Prescription drug prices just saw their largest monthly decline ever recorded.
Oh, he's
How
lying?
about that?
I don't know.
Remember what you heard.
A lot of people are saying it's not true,
Prescription
though.
drug prices just took the biggest plunge ever since they've recorded the prices, which have basically gone up, except for my 4 years. They did pretty well, but system is a bad system. But they just took the
Don't get
biggest
groceries? Not
dive
very often.
ever in the history
Very
of
rarely.
prescription drug prices. Think of that. That's a big thing. I got to say it again and again because they will never tell you that. The fake news will never tell you that. Grocery prices have gone down. Everything's gone down. And yet, I saw this person on MSDNC, which I think is probably even worse than CNN. It's probably worse. Probably worse than CNN. But I saw this horrible
MSDNC.
anchor. How these people get jobs? I wouldn't hire them to do the most menial of chores. But I saw this person. He campaigned on bringing prices down. Every price has gone down. What am I going to do? I mean, think of it. Gasoline was almost $4 not so long ago. And now, Mike, we just hit $1.98 in a lot of states. Think of it.
$2. I don't
And
know
they're
about
saying,
that.
and you know what? And inflation is
$2.
basically down. And interest
It's
rates
like
came down
3.5.
despite the fact that I have a
Or
Fed
2.5.
person who's not really doing a good job, but I won't say that. I want to be very nice. I want to be very nice and respectful to the Fed.
Mm-hmm.
You're not supposed to criticize the Fed. You're supposed to let him do his own thing. But I know much more than he does about interest rates, believe me. Core inflation has reached the
another one
lowest
for the
rate in 4
montage.
years. And last month we had the largest drop in consumer prices since the pandemic. This is all done in 100 days. Think of that. This is all done in 100 days. But when you watch the fake news, you see fake polls. Again, they poll more Democrats than Republicans. Democrats aren't going to say, I'm going to vote for Trump. And we still got 45, 44%. But on the legitimate polls, I think we're in the 60s. I think we're in the 60s or 70s or something.
I think the tariffs and the messaging
In 3
for
months,
the
we have
deportations did
created
hurt 'em.
350,000
I think it
jobs.
definitely
Think of
did.
that. For the first time in recent memory, job gains for native-born
done a bad job
Americans now
communicating
exceed job gains for foreign workers. This is for the first time, and nobody even knows when, Americans now are doing better than foreign workers. How about that? I mean, that's okay. I want everyone to do well, but that's okay. And to curb inflation, we're cutting a record number of job-killing regulations. We beat in the 4-year first administration, which was a tremendous success. We cut more regulations than any president in history, including 2-term presidents, including Roosevelt, who was more than a 2-term president. We got more regulations than any president in history.
I thought he was about to get to it.
And now our second term. And you know,
yeah.
I don't know why. It was so important to win because they used to say, the fake news, to be a great president, you have to serve 2 terms. So now we're going to serve 2 terms. Now they've taken that one.
He's edging on it. He is. He's edging on it.
Right, Dr. Oz?
Bro.
Cross that one off. Cross that one off. No, they say it all the time. When I was out, they say, well, they go, thank you.
Oh, boy.
Thank you. But we've ended the radical left. Well, we actually already served 3, but if you count. But remember,
oh no, don't encourage
I like the victories.
Yeah.
I like the 3 victories, which we absolutely had. I just don't like the results of the middle term. The results. I don't want those results, John. I don't want those results. What results?
Sure.
What a disgrace. If we would have had this group for another year, we wouldn't have a country left. I really mean it. I don't think we would have had a country left. And now we're respected all over the world. They're coming from all over the world to see you, President. They're coming from India. They're coming from France. They're coming from Spain. Yeah, wow. They're coming from China, too. Yeah, they're coming from China. They're coming from all over the world to see you, President. They want to make a deal. They want to make a deal.
What's he talking about?
And, you know, we'll make deals, but we don't have to. We are the ones that have the product. We are the ones at the United States. They want a piece of our product. We can just set the price. But I want to be respectful and I want to be nice.
Oh, God.
But if it takes too long, I'll just set a price. Say, you could buy or you don't have to buy.
Yeah.
We lost, think of this, we lost billions and billions of dollars a day. Billions, not millions, billions of dollars a day.
That's like more, right?
And under Sleepy Joe Biden. What's better, Crooked Joe or Sleepy Joe?
Oh, God.
Ready? A poll, a free poll. Because these pollsters are so corrupt. This is a real poll.
Oh my
We're going to poll
God.
Crooked Joe
This
or
is the
Sleepy
President
Joe,
of the
right?
United States.
What's a better name for us to call him?
This is the President,
Sleepy
bro.
Joe or Crooked Joe?
Crooked Joe. Crooked Joe it is. Yep.
I'm not surprised.
After all.
I sort of loved Sleepy Joe. You know, it just had a nice ring to it.
I thought Sleepy Joe was better, by the way.
He goes to the
I
beach,
did.
right? And he could fall asleep on a cottage, drooling out of the side of his mouth, and he'd be sleeping within minutes, carrying the aluminum chair, you know, the kind that's meant for old people and children to carry. It weighs like about 4 ounces. And he couldn't get his feet out of the sand. And he'd sleep, he'd fall in this thing, and with it, and he'd have, you know, he's president, so you'd have cameras. He'd be in a bathing suit. Somebody convinced him that he looks great in a bathing suit. He's 82 years old. Cary Grant didn't look great in a bathing suit when he was 82.
Oh.
You don't look great. You
Just
know, at some
talking
point
shit.
You have other assets, okay? But that's not right.
Jesus.
But he'd go and he'd walk in
Bro,
the
what the
sand,
fuck? Yeah.
and he'd fall into that thing, and within seconds he was sleeping. I'd be tossing and turning and scheming and thinking and saying, how am I going to beat China? How am I going to stop the war with Russia and Ukraine?
Oh, man.
This guy could fall asleep with cameras blazing, right? Not too many cameras were blazing, but enough were blazing that you saw it. I thought it was a great ability that he had, actually.
God.
We've ended the radical left war on American energy. We stopped their crusade on coal. Did you see what I did the other day? Clean, beautiful coal. I said, you're not allowed to use the word coal unless you say clean, beautiful coal. So you
Yeah,
guys
I
got to go
watched
up
that.
to Department of
remember this
Energy.
very
We have
well.
great people at Department of Energy. They talk about clean, beautiful coal.
You took
You know,
it up
China
after this?
uses
Probably
coal.
hit
They're
Natty?
opening up a coal
Think so?
plant every week, a massive coal plant. But we're not allowed to use it. But now we are, because last week I gave it absolute, total approval.
Hey.
And you know what I don't give approval to? Those stupid windmills that go round and
Please,
round.
please don't say the birds. Please don't say the fucking birds.
And we've ended the Green New scam. We've reopened Anwar, the greatest drilling site anywhere in the world, in Alaska, and implemented the new energy policy of the United States. You know what it is? We have a policy. It's called Drill, Baby, Drill. That's our policy. That's our policy, Michael, right? Great
I wonder
Michael
what the other
Whatley, head of
countries
the
think about
Republican
this.
Party. He's done a good job. Him and Laura, they took the party by storm, right? He had a good candidate, but had a couple of good candidates, didn't he? Michael's
comedy?
been
Yeah.
incredible, actually. Michael Whatley, North Carolina. He watched in 2020. He did so good for me, and you know he was in North Carolina. He did so great. What's the problem over there? What's the problem? Is that a radical left lunatic? He's just a child. All right, get him out. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, ma'am. I thought it was a guy. Thank you.
Oh, God.
And she now has to go home to a mother who's a big Trump fan. Her mother's watching. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Oh, God.
I said he, and it's a she. I'm sorry. To keep my promise to the great state of Michigan, I terminated Joe Biden's insane electric vehicle mandate where you were mandated to buy an
Misgendered by
electric
the president.
You were mandated within just a few years to buy
This
an
thought I fucked
electric
your mother
vehicle.
in
How about
politics?
that?
Yeah.
And you know what? They're great.
It
but
basically
people
is.
Not everybody wants them. You got to be able to buy a hybrid, a gasoline-powered car. You can buy lots of different cars, but you can't be mandated to do anything. And I've already proudly imposed a 25% tariff on all foreign automobiles. Any foreign car, like they do, Tom. This is going to create more jobs in this state and this country. And to help these automakers bring their factories home as rapidly as possible, I've just signed an executive order to give partial tariff rebates to any company that assembles its cars right here in the U.S. In other words,
nice.
In other words, if they can't make it in time because they have to do it here, otherwise they have it, I'm giving them a little bit of a break, right? They took in parts from all over the world. I don't want that. I want them to make their parts here. But I gave them a little bit of time. It's 15%.
Was like, what the fuck? Why do you hear Trump? But it was your stream. Oh, why do you hear it? Yeah. Like, what the fuck is it? Is it one of my tabs? You know, you're looking through all your tabs, huh? Let's see. I need so much honor. Almost at 10%. Was looking a solid, man. You still don't have it though. Yeah, next week. This is the last time. Next week I'll have him. Tomorrow I got ZG. Tomorrow night. It will release at 12 or something ZG, and it will reset at 3 a.m. So if I'm quick enough, I can do it at midnight before 3. And then the day after, yeah, kinda at midnight. If I wanted quicker anyway. Let me see. When is the? Let me see. What does my guild have? ZG02. Yeah. So the next day after that is immediately ZG again. Yeah, it's kind of nice. Extra loot potential. Yeah, ZG's kind of quick, honestly. I can't see it failing it, honestly. It's so easy to. If I fail it with my guild, that'd be surprising. Like, how can we fail it? Maybe if we stack up on the Venom boss. Or we don't kill the Tiger boss at the same time. Yeah, the mind control thing. Panther is kind of easy. Voodoo is kind of easy too. I mean, it's ZG, you know, so the bosses don't have a whole lot of health either. Yeah, the Ding guy, maybe. People might die. I got 2 soft reserves. I'm probably just gonna do double on enchant. 2 enchants. I just need to get the enchants ASAP. And once I have those, I can just, you know, SR the mounts from then on. I just need the enchants first. Pants and hat, yeah. Yep, I do. Is the PvP helmet is the best. I got the PvP pants as well, which is also the best. Well, the best, you know. Look. It's definitely better than this. Because the hit. There's no other helmet that I can get. .5. I think not so good, really. Not so good. Yeah, it's not that good. It's almost Bloodfang, though. It's kind of insane how good the gear is. Need to kill this guy first. And he's getting healed. Nice, I got saved. Too far away, sadly. Lol. I think Death Dealer probably, but I'm not 100% sure. I'd have to look at all of the pieces. That range of Tarn is crazy always. Okay, I already wasted his intercept, so. There's a rogue. 2 rogues. I'm gonna have to be careful here. Okay, well they have this one. That one's dead too. Okay, whatever. There we go. I'm thinking Death Dealer. You're right. You should come and hold it in. Yeah, it might be. But is that Hamo build then? I feel like Hamo wouldn't be that good with the weapons that I have, you know? Let me take a look. Something like that, where you get constant common points for Abyss. Sinister, this. I mean, it's just purely Abyss build, right? Then yeah, this would be pretty good. With Ruthlessness and Relentless Strikes, both of them, that's pretty good. And the crit that add combo points have 100% chance to add an additional one. That's crazy. Yeah, that would be actually pretty decent, I think. Even make it to Blade Flurry. Could be pretty good, yeah. Because it's just spam Evis. Not sure if it's better though. I still don't have the higher version of Eviscerate as well. I still need to get that book from the auction house. I keep forgetting to check for it on the auction house. If I could kill all of these people, that would be a lot of honor for me. I can't kill him like this. I need that hunter. But the priest might dispel him. I need this guy. But he's busy killing a mob. Okay, maybe I'll try the priest. At least the priest cannot dispel. Or I need to hope that I get mind controlled. Yeah, there we go, like this. Yes! So cheap. Yeah, I get mind controlled, and because I'm his pet, he gets attacked. That's so funny. I wonder if they've wiped now. It's a shame that I had to die for it, but whatever. He's coming for me. Yeah, good. Use up all your mana, bro. He's probably gonna kill me. That's fine. I think the only thing you did was start the fight. Made you use the bomb too. Yeah. I've seen so many people using bombs. It's kind of crazy. Oh! Double crit on me. Yeah, like 1 gold each, I suppose. A gold each. Maybe a little bit less for lesser bombs, like iron bombs. Might be like 30 silver each or 50. I mean, it seems expensive to me. Yeah, how do they get that much? Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. They probably don't only PvP though. They're just doing it for the gear. I'm pretty sure most people are doing that right now. Oh, that was slow. Ooh. Oh no, he's gonna feint that. Trap me. No, he potioned. Another bomb. Another bomb. Sick. That's crazy. I was gonna look. I'm below this guy right now. It's because my EP is so high from buying that Drake Fang before. Or my GP, I mean. My GP is so high. That's the issue. Kalela's still above me. Ooh. Nova. Oh no, the rogue. I should have known. I mean, I can't really do anything right at this point. I'm just feeding them honor. Start with evasion. They cheap shot evasion, then kidney. By the time stun runs out, so does evasion. I don't know. I see it all the time. It's in case I use the trinket and then immediately try to gouge him or something, probably. That's what I'm thinking anyway. No proc. That's a shame. This poison almost never procs somehow. He threw a bomb on him. Yes, this one down. Oh yeah, 14 honor. Let's go. Plate. I do so low damage against plate. My backstab only 300. But has global cooldown now? I think so, yeah. Here he is again. Oh, at least I got a kill there, right at the end. He died from bleed just in time. I think so anyway, let's see. Yeah, 301, that's good. He did expertise stat. Yeah, the armor pen. I think it's armor penetration. This one. $300 armor only. It's not that high, really. Hey. Shh. Hey. Need some of the ascension scaling, the curse of blackness. Yeah, I need that. That is so good. If we ever were to do world bosses, you would literally just duel people, you know, and then give them that debuff. Or just leave you have just one support warlock that's not in the group, puts recklessness on all the warriors, all the DPS, and then you invite them. That'd be crazy. 1 more week. Oh yeah, I forgot, I need the Eviscerate book from UBRS. Is it here? Yeah, it should be in here. They don't have it. Rare. And now I'll do level. Nope. Oh no, I joined a turtle game. Okay. I still need this. I'm only using rank 8. Still. It's kind of insane that I don't have it, you know? Makes me do so much less damage, really. I think it's like plus 100 on Eviscerate damage. Something like that. Yeah. Only sometimes, rarely. They have Ivus the Forest Lord already. Okay, I'll try and go south. I want to see the boss. Is this guy gonna die? Probably. Schwetten 2. Surprised he's not getting attacked yet. Watch me get instantly ambushed right now. Okay. That would be so typical. I got lucky this week too with the War Chief Blessing. I mind controlled myself when it was popping. So I got that buff too. I'm gonna do a lot of damage this week. I also need to get the ZG buff. Yeah, that would be funny. Yeah, I need 1 week where I get everything. Literally everything. Maximum output, everything. Why don't we have this graveyard again? It's kind of important to have this one. Bitch! I mean, whatever. Maybe next week, when you get martial weapon. Yeah, I'll do so much more damage. I should probably also try and do Stratholme to get some orbs. Because I'm gonna have to get double Crusader again. Which is a little bit expensive, so I need to get a group going for that. I think my damage is gonna improve so much, it's gonna be crazy. Because I'll replace the offhand too. I think my damage is gonna go way up, really. Hey. Oh no, I don't want that. Oh, I dodged it. That demoralizing shot is a pain. You know, the ice boss is way better than this boss. Oh no, they're gonna kite him. Last time they did this too, they pulled him all the way into this cave over here. And then they just two-manned it, a warrior and a healer. Just used Zerker Rage, so... Yeah, good, waste your time over there. Oh. Oh, he's immune to disarm. He's got the weapon chain on. But I'm slowing him down, so then don't gank us on the boss. Where's the boss at? The tree is gone. Okay, whatever. Don't. Oh yeah, 7%. Should have had this graveyard ages ago. Bro, I can't hit him. Even go all the way through him and I still cannot backstab him. That's so crazy. That wolf is still alive. No, it's dead. Guess I'm in combat with this one. course. Always resist. Nope. And to heal. Where am I going? How many cheap shots do you want? Nobody does eviscerate, it's crazy. Finally. was that? What is that range? That's crazy. You should try find a couple people with Black Blade or other gear which buffs raid / party for next raid. Like a hunter with aura and Black Blade. That'd be crazy, yeah. If you want to get the best buffs in the entire game, I mean the best parses in the entire game of anyone in the world ever, you just need a group with 5 Sharams probably. Although you also need battle shout, so maybe not. You need a warrior with the buff. Mutarn, yeah, it does. They do. Hey. 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 forgot to check chat. Dog said starving. Next time you make sandwich, you should make 10 of them. One for you, 9 for dog. Yeah. Look at this bow. Whoa. Yeah, if I had a bow like this, I would have gold cap right now. I don't think they checked it out, or they know it's a fake. Ugh! Boop. Boop. Walk slow. Yes, walk slow. No poison cleansing totem for him. Nice, a Taran. Smart that he went in defensive mode right at the end there. Is it? No, it's not possible. It used to be possible on the cloak though. On cloak it was possible. With like 0.02% chance. Like it's like an epic basically. And you could only get it from like I think it was like Eternium lockboxes only. Like a specific cloak that you could only get from there. That's a lot of loot. I guess I'm getting money. I don't think so. I don't think so. I think it used to be like that in Classic too. Should I grab this? It could be a long game then. Yeah, mace skill, yeah, mace skill. Nothing with sword, no. Nothing with sword or axe, no. Just mace. Plus 6 mace skill. I can, however, take this one. 15%. Are they wiping? 14? I think they're wiping. No dagger or fist either. I think no, just mace, which is one-handed maces. Yeah. It's kind of weird, you know. Because why does it show up in the... It shows up in the stat menu, but it doesn't work. I don't even get anything from this anymore. People are instantly leaving. Wait, did someone take it? A rogue took it. Somebody took it. Oh no, this is gonna be a long game. Alright, whatever. I'll just yeah. I really should. Oh no, it failed. Oh no, it failed. Oh no! Not having crippling poison up is so bad. Okay, just kill. Pickpocket mine, yeah, I should do that, really. I got like no inventory space. The dodge and parry talents, yeah. Yeah, I survived so long with 2 warriors on me. It's a good thing they don't hit me in my back. And it's also a good thing that they all charged me, so I went immune to stun immediately, because they triple charged me. Talk to me. Be good. Yeah. It's kind of weird. Maybe they missed it. I don't know. It's very difficult though to change stances, don't you think? Like, I mean, I don't think they can just do it. It's too much. Yeah, exactly. That's way too much. They lose all their rage, you know? What are they gonna do without rage? Horde has been delayed. Yeah, because I dodge everything. They only have blood rage. And when they take damage. Okay, I resisted, then They're all gonna die. I'm taking everyone with me. I don't even have to farm honor, really. It's double honor weekend next weekend, so... Ooh, that's free honor. If I can kill him. No, that was quick. Not having Rippling Potion is insane. This is what you call add-on and not a hack. Yeah, I know, right? I should really try and look for a group for let me see. Shred Live. I think it'll be a few weeks before I can actually... Look, I got more points than him. If this guy gets one more item, then I'm probably ahead of him. Just need this to drop. It goes so slow. Oh, Lily. Avis. No Avis. Yellow power crystals. Oh, these are cheap. 3 silver each. Is there more for 3 silver each? There's 4. Do I want that? Kind of, but maybe it's too much. Hmm. 2.0. That's so good. And I gained quite some AP from this too. Those daggers. Plus 28 AP times 2. And 2% crit. That's crazy. Yeah, I think so. I think I will. I think it's definitely worth it, probably. I'll probably do way more damage. Bitch. Bitch. %75% damage, yeah. But I think the damage difference will just be good enough. That is worth it. Because it's like double the amount of damage, you know, 140. So 80 more damage or so. Although it's slower attack speed. So I don't know. I'm not sure. But I think it is going to be worth it, yeah. I feel like that's why I'm not always top on DPS, you know, because of my offhand. Yeah, I know. Although I do have a lot of hit. Let's see, how much hit do I have? Again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 13 plus 5 is 18 hit chance. I'm not sure. Let me take a look. Classic. Wow, what skill? Weapon skill do? All white hits, glancing blows, depending on your weapon skill, against a target 3 levels higher than you with a weapon difference skill of 15. Okay, so it reduces the damage the glancing blow does. The reduction continues until +8 weapon skill, where it caps at -5% damage reduction. So if you get 8 weapon skill, it's only 5% damage reduction. So I definitely need one dagger skill thing. Yeah, I remember. But I don't know. This is what it says here. Let me show you. I don't know if I can paste this all. Yeah. That's the cap apparently at 8 weapon skill. And I get 5 from my talents, so I only need 1 item. Like I need the gloves really. I just need the gloves. If I have the gloves, although I have the belt for now too, so apparently 15 weapon skill doesn't work. Against bosses, I mean. I'm so load. Okay, he's dead. Wait, they did not kill Belinda. Uh-oh. Oh. I think this is gonna be a long game. Need to get some potions. I mean poisons. Wait, let me just link it to you. The link. Five, so I need 30 more. Actually more. Instantly Reddit just jerking it to me. Well, people just upvoted, unless you want to go with the guy. Yeah, I'm thinking that too. I'm not sure. Because when I played, I think it was Nostarius, I forgot. But when I was Rogue, I did so much damage with the hit chance. So, I don't know. Maybe it was, yeah, maybe, I don't know. I can't remember every time. I feel like it's Nostarius though, but I'm not sure. Maybe that's just how it works on the WoW client. The actual WoW. Yeah. Maybe. I don't know. I remember being a rogue dwarf as well when I had that gear. So, I don't know. Yeah. That hunter was really, really fast though. That's crazy fast. Okay. He doesn't... This guy doesn't have good gear, so maybe I can kill him? I don't know. I'll probably die if I try. Okay. Using taunt on a player. Nope. You're not leaving, bro. It was like level 60 when we're... Yeah. Okay. Yeah, true. But still, he was kind of fast. Yeah. Yeah. Although, yeah. And he used a glitch too, remember? I think he used like a farming glitch. I forgot what it was, but he used like a farming glitch. No, he ran. I wanted to kill that guy. I remember every server did it. They used like some glitch for XP. Uh-oh. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I couldn't even ambush him. We used farming. Yeah, true. I remember there was like some quest thing. They could repeatedly turn in the same quest or something for XP. And that's what they used. I remember those servers who had the trolls was always easy, yeah. And the trolls like 1 hour. And yeah, for real. It was crazy, so much XP. Oh, it's alright.
What can I do for you?
Nothing beats a pirate. Yeah, okay. Yeah, same with RFD as well. Although that's just limited level. Fallen Hero was the best. We literally just get one character there, 20 minutes. It was literally like 20 minutes, and it was level max level. Like the first pool, like the 250 kills or something, was like all the way up to level 15 or something. First pool, or like 30. Damn, I thought it was like 20 minutes. It's a couple of hours down. I remember at the Pirates it was a couple of hours, yeah, to get there. Like 2 to 3 hours. I thought the Fallen Heroes was really fast. On Ascension. 3-hour record. That's crazy. Yeah. Mainly because needed the sow crap. Yeah, that took the longest, having to go back. It's sure immediately GM shows up, yeah. All his golds get holy shit. That's so crazy. Yeah, more. No, it was more than that. It was 200. I had 218,000 gold when I started the farming, that like the spamming the enchants, you know. Yeah. I had 218,000. I remember. I spent whole three whole days just spamming the button to reroll, 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 reroll. 218, 218, 18, 218. And then after you got your enchants, yeah, really. After you got your enchants, you gave me your gold too, so it took even longer. Like when you gave me your gold, it was like an extra 12 hours. Yeah, they were actually. Yeah, they nerfed it. To get the thing that they literally nerfed my shit, and I asked them like multiple times during it, like 3 times during rerolling. Like, oh yeah, I've been re-rolling for like the last 8 hours and I haven't gotten it yet. Is it normal? Yeah, you can still get it, but nope. Yeah. Yeah. They said later, like a few weeks after, like a few months after, they said, yeah, it's because of the item level of your item. You need like Blackwing Lair gear for that enchant, you know? Needed Blackwing Lair gear, like higher item level. But they didn't say that to me. They didn't tell me that. Yeah. Apparently it had to be 85. Yeah, I think it was bullshit too. Oh, I should have done Garrot. Whoops. He's gonna death coil me. I knew it. Who's the healer here? Bitch. Yeah, 100% it was bullshit, yeah. I'm so sad though. People always bitching like, imagine playing Kog'Maw with 2 times the attack speed. Yeah. No proc. Okay. They complain. You yourself force yourself to fight Rammus, then complain that Rammus is broken. Yeah. Yeah. Rammus taunts me and I'm dead, you know. Rammus full armor. That still works too, by the way. It still works, it's kind of funny. Even against like support, they just taunt and then they die. Same with Singed, yeah. People run after you. Yeah, just keep running after them. I mean, although Singed, even if you don't run after him, he will just go to you. That's how your block was. They attack you, they die, yeah. Yeah, it's so funny. I remember I was on my rogue. I don't know when I did it. Must have been a while ago, but I was fighting a paladin. Maybe it was in Season of Discovery, yeah. And they had like also reflect build, you know. And all I did was just backstab, click away, you know, like that I stop my auto attack, backstab, and I kill him with ease because he does no damage besides his reflect damage. Oh yeah, use flash powder on me. It's so much easier if you just stop auto attacking. Only attack him in his back as well, so he doesn't reflect the block. I mean, doesn't block. You're not getting past here, boy. Just as you know, your strength in group fights was 90% me. Yeah, yeah, I do. Yeah. And then I just need a lucky shield slam crit, you know, where I one-tap someone. I was literally just fishing for one-taps, one crit, one-shots. Let's take a heal and they can start over, yeah. That was so funny. It's like, oh no, you're getting attacked now by someone, you know? Then I have to like use some cooldowns so until I survive. And then when you're done with that person, then you heal me back up. Oh, it was so insane, that healing. Yeah. You just heal through the floor, that was your specialty. Remove slow and root, yeah. I think we won this one. I'm just gonna try and kill this first guy. Because, Oh. No, no proc. Two slows slash roots a second, yeah. Yeah. No! Usually at Shadow Step, so it didn't matter as much. Could try to juke him twice, yeah. They had like that thing where they stick on you, you know, with the talent. Forgot what it was called. I don't know. But it was super annoying, yeah. Killing spree, yeah, I think so. It's like they stick on you for like 2 seconds, and then you just die. Maybe that was Kata actually. Was that even a thing in Wrath of the Lich King? Maybe they had double Shadow Step with preparation. Yeah, I remember how annoying it was where I cannot block against him, you know, because he's in my back the whole time. I just cannot block because he's in my back. Okay, let's mind control this guy. Uh-oh, it's on me. Oh, is that me? Okay, I gotta hurry up. There's a lot of honor for me waiting there. Potentially. Oh. Nope. Well, half their team is dead, which is good, I guess. Tomorrow ZG at least. I don't know if I should reserve the cloak. I don't know if I want to do that. Do I want to get the cloak? Let me... No crit. That sucks. No proc. Still no poison proc, by the way. Still no poison proc. Still no poison proc. Still no poison proc. Still no poison proc. %30 chance? Are we sure that's right? Yeah, I should get the enchants first, really. Because I already have the pants and the head anyway, so... Just did like 15 hits or something. No poison proc. I mean, he did have free action potion. The first half, but after that still. Yeah, it should be impossible. That's what you'd think. What if I can pull this all the way to the auction house? Wouldn't that be funny? Oh no, that's a lot of damage. It'd be not funny if I die though. Oh. No. I mean, at this point, poison doesn't exist anymore. Oh, whoa. The elite phantom. He's actually killing Officer Jackson. What? Officer Jackson ain't winning. He's getting destroyed. I thought it was strong, Officer Jackson. Wait, what? There's... Oh. Uh-oh. Still no poison. There's the poison. Still have 50 seconds. He's enraged. Oh, now it's serious. He's enraged. No. Okay, well, I'm still in. Whew. He hit me for 1500 there, or 1400. Oh. They just killed Galv, okay. I was hoping he would cleave on me. Go? He wants to go. I zog zagar rega. What the hell? No, I'm stunned. He's poisoned though. He's poisoned. Oh, what? Maybe he's in trouble. Maybe. And maybe I shouldn't have done that. It's probably just better to just do quick runs. This is the thing, I think. What is it? What if it's 11? It's nothing. Oh, that one. What would be a cool affix on an item? I know. I have an idea. Two, 4, 2, 4, 3. Let me see if this works. 2, 4, 2, 4, 3. No, it doesn't work. It's not an affix, I guess. Apparently there's quite a few suffixes that you could add. +7 skills on random items. That's kind of funny. 141. 140 is mace skill. And there's a cat outside my window. Hey, hey. Okay. I'm gonna try a Hearthstone game. There might have been an update. I might as well do ranking on Friday anyway, since it'll be double honor. It will go much faster than the weekend. Oh, no crit. How nice the smell of burnt plastic from my neighbors or something. Again. This is not a healer. Nice triple cheap shot. How boring for him, you know. He's like, can I do anything? Can I do something? Can I do something? Can I do something? And then he's dead. He did one fairy fire on me. That's so funny. Hey. Hey. Does this work? 216. That actually exists. That's crazy. That affects. It's from the blue items, I think. That's a lot. This guy. He actually thinks it's a real item. %4 crit on a bow? That's crazy. This affix. That's insane. What the hell? Some items are so weird. Of Twain? What is this? There's an affix called Of Twain. 10% chance on get hit. Shadow Bolt. 20 damage. +2 beast slaying, 1 defense. There's also Of Retaliation. Of Retaliation. The fuck? Never seen that before. When getting hit. That would be insane on Paladin. .92 attack power. That's a good one too. Wow.
Percent and then 10% of the parts, so it's not so bad. Somebody would say, "Oh, well, that's a change in," but it's not. It's called a little flexibility. The guys were crying; they love it. Everything's good, but just in case we can't get everything in time, we gave them a little bit. So it's 15% of the parts, and then it's 10% of the parts. We give them a little time before we slaughter them if they don't do this.
Oh.
Right? They're gonna make so much money. They're gonna have so many jobs. No, but jobs are way up. Jobs are way up. We're pleased to be joined tonight by Brian Panebecker. Do you know who that is? Of the auto workers for Trump.
Uh-oh.
And Brian is a union guy, loves the unions, loves everything, but he knew that Trump was right. Brian, come up here, Brian. I got to see Brian. Look at the arms in this guy.
Oh,
Look
boy.
at the arms.
Oh, boy. Here we go. Oh, yep. All right. Thank you, Mr. President. It's a great honor to be here on your 100th day in office of your second term. And I just want to remind you of something I told you at one of your last rallies before the election. I've got it on video. I've watched it dozens of times at home. After I was able to speak, I turned to you and I said, Mr. President, Macomb County is going to win Michigan for you. And I bet it did. Is that what happened? And that's exactly what happened. That's what happened. We had a margin of victory of 70,000 votes in this county alone. Thank you, Macomb County. He is kind of ripped, to be fair. You know, I met President Trump 8 years ago in Novi, and we had never met before, and as I was stepping towards him backstage to get my picture taken, I knew I only had 10, 15 seconds to say something to him before we got our pictures. Fortunately, my son was standing behind me, so I've got a witness to this. And I said, Mr. Trump, we've got the keys to the White House waiting for you in Macomb County. And he kind of chuckled. He said, oh, yeah, how's that? And I said, well, Macomb County is the home of the Reagan Democrats. If you come to Macomb County and you ask for their support and you get it, you might win Macomb County big enough to carry the whole state of Michigan. And that's exactly what he did. Man. So I want to say thank you to the auto workers, everybody who works in the automotive field, the suppliers, every one of you, the truck drivers. Thank you so much for supporting the greatest president in our lifetimes. Now, I've got a little business announcement I want to make. I hope the president doesn't mind. But when I was backstage with him earlier and got my picture taken, I said, Mr. President, I've got a deal that you can't refuse. And he said, what's that? And I said, well, I'm writing a book, and it's going to be about my political journey. I've been involved in some things here in Michigan, conservative causes like right to work and the Michigan Civil Rights Initiative. And I said, you have a publishing company, Winning Team Publishing. It's run by Don Jr. and his partner. I didn't even know that. I said, I'll agree to use your publishing company if you agree to write the foreword to my book. He stuck out his hand and said, I'll do it. That's how you negotiate with the best negotiator in the world. Sponsored by Donald. Yeah. So listen, I got one last thing to say. All of us have a job to do. Number one, we have to win the 2026 elections. That's a good promo. It has to happen. Pretty decent. Shri Thanadar, that lunatic Democrat from Detroit, is already threatening to impeach President Trump if they get the majority back. But luckily, right now, we've got good people in Congress like Congressman John James over here who are stopping that from happening. But listen up. So we got to get out, and we don't have any time to waste. We got to start talking to our friends, our neighbors, our family, our coworkers.
The campaign for 2026 starts tomorrow. We've got to win that election. So the work is not over. The work has just begun. November 5th was not the end. It was the beginning of the golden age. And let's all tell President Trump how much we support what he's done the first 100 days in office.
If he wants to get more people to vote for him in 2026, they've got to roll some
I
heads.
forgot. There's one other thing I wanted to say in front of all these thousands of people to President Trump.
Criminal trials.
President Trump,
They gotta
I
do
love
it.
you.
Yep.
That's great. Thank you. Good man. He's a great guy. You know, he was with me from day one, 2015. Before 2016, he was there from day one. He got it. He said, we're losing our car industry. That's what he really cared about. He just said, I had so many friends who were laid off. It's horrible. They lay us off like it's nothing. And the business went to China, it went to Japan, went to all countries all over the world. They're laying us off, sir. And then he said, we can solve that. I told him, we can solve that so fast. He's one of the early people that got it. And we've solved it. We're going to be doing numbers that nobody's ever believed. We'll be the #1 in the world again. Nobody can believe it because we have been beaten up so badly by these countries that have rigged the whole thing. They fight like hell. They're smart. Their product is good, but our product's going to be a lot better. We're going to do something that nobody believes, and he saw it right at the beginning. So I appreciate it, Brian. And he was there at that. I love the guys from the beginning. I love those early guys. Those guys are right there. They were there from the beginning.
You think so?
No, you're going to see numbers, and you're already seeing them. Look, you know, we have many Hondas coming in, and they're coming in. They can't. Let them
He's
build
not
their
very
cars
orange
here. We don't
today.
want them to build them in Japan. We love Japan. We don't want them building them in Japan. We want them to build them here. We want China to build them in here. We want them all to build them right in here. That's what they've done to us for 40 years, and they've drained us. Now we're doing it to them at a better level than they ever dreamed possible. To further rebuild the industrial bedrock of our country, I've imposed 25% tariffs on foreign aluminum and steel. It's keeping our steel mills going. I did that. If I didn't do that with steel in the my first term, we wouldn't have a steel mill in the United States right now, and everybody knows that. I did it for washing machines too, by the way. That's why I asked the people at Whirlpool. They were going to close. They were in deep trouble. I did it because they were dumping machines. I did a 50% tariff. He was going to raise it to 100%. They didn't even have to bother. They became a tremendously successful company overnight. They were ready to close. They came to me with tears in their eyes in my office early on, first term. And we're doing it now at levels never seen before, and the results are going to be even better, because we've been abused by friend and foe. And in many cases, friend has abused us more so than foe.
He's
on
talking
trade.
about Canada.
So I want to just let you know you're going to be very proud of this country very soon. And with my China tariffs, we're ending the greatest job theft in the history of the world. China's taken more jobs from us than any country has ever taken from another country. And that doesn't mean we're not going to get along. We'll get along with China. I mean, their tariff now is at 145%.
Yeah.
So essentially, that's a big difference between that and zero. But I think it's going to work out. They want to make a deal, and we're going to make a deal, but it's going to be a fair deal. It's not going to be a deal that we lose $1 trillion a year like they did with Biden. That guy was so bad. He was so bad. Under Biden, and remember this, we were losing $5 billion a day on trade, and now we're making money. We're actually making money instead of, do you know what $5 billion, think of that, Mike, how many pillows do you have to make to lose $5 billion?
Oh, it's that, Mike.
You can make them for 1,000 years.
Oh, God.
No, we were losing $5 billion a year. Now
Of
we've got it
course.
where we're making money, and the
I
tariffs
didn't realize
haven't
it
even
was
really
that,
kicked
Mike.
in. The 25% on cars have. But you know what that means? That means that you're going to make the cars. We don't need the cars from outside. When they say,
my
oh,
pillow,
sure, we want
Mike.
to send you a lot of
Exactly.
cars. I said, we really don't want your cars. We really don't want. We want to make our own cars. That includes Canada. That
The My
includes
Pillow guy?
Mexico,
That's right.
who have taken a tremendous amount of our business. Canada's taken off a tremendous, like 10, 12%. Mexico is 32%. They took 32% of our car production. We don't want them to have that. We want that. Why are we giving it to them? Why are we subsidizing Canada $200 billion a year? Why are we subsidizing
this guy
Mexico for
emotes
$300
every single
billion
thing that
a year?
Trump
There's
says.
no reason for it. I'm proud to be the president for the workers and not the outsourcers. The president who stands up for Main Street, not Wall Street.
See?
You know, I
There
like
it is.
Wall Street. I like Wall Street. I have a gorgeous, beautiful building on Wall Street. 40 Wall Street. Anybody? You want a little space? I'll get you some space real quickly. Now I've got one of the most beautiful buildings in the world on Wall Street, but I still like Main Street because you're Main Street. I want Main Street over Wall Street. And we want to protect the middle class, not the political class. That's all. I haven't done this very long. We want to protect our people. You know, this is the greatest.
Then put
What do you
them in
think
jail.
about this? Look, here we are. It's not even like election. It's after the election. And you have crowds like this, and to have them. We're going to do the commencement at University of Alabama. And they just called and they said, it's going to be the biggest crowd we've ever had for, we've never had a crowd like this. And I'm doing it at West Point, and they called and said the same thing. We love West Point. We love University of Alabama.
Roll
We love
Tide.
Alabama. You know what I won Alabama by? Like almost 50 points. So when they called and they said, would you like to do the commencement? I said, okay, I'll do it. But they're going to have the biggest crowd they ever had by maybe 4 or 5 times. They told me, thanks for all of the things that we've done into our policies. Trillions of dollars are now pouring into the United States because of common sense, just common sense. Apple, great company, was building everything in China. Now they just announced that they're spending $500 billion to invest in America, not in China. My friend Jensen from NVIDIA, they're spending, you know what NVIDIA is? They're spending $500 billion. TSMC, the biggest chip maker in the world by far from Taiwan, they're spending $200 billion in the United States. Amazon, $21 billion. Johnson & Johnson, $55 billion. The Mac, $20 billion. Merck, Stellantis, General Motors are putting in billions and billions of dollars, and many other companies. And as a result of our policies, for the first time in modern history, more Americans believe that our country is headed in the right direction than the wrong direction. They have a poll, a crazy poll, probably a fake poll too, so I don't know, I don't care. But first time ever, I think ever, that they're saying the country is headed in the right direction. Has never happened before. I don't know why.
What'd I miss?
But we've accomplished more in 3 months than most administrations accomplished in 4 years or even 8 years. And we're just
NVIDIA?
getting started. Believe me, we're just getting started. We're pleased to be joined by some great people. A person that number one, I have so much confidence in.
Winning more?
The fake news is after him, really after him, but he's a tough cookie. They don't know how tough he is, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth.
Oh, they're going to bring. Please talk about kicking the fat people out of the military. Please. Please.
Wow, that's pretty good. How are the Houthis doing? Not too good, right? They're not. Our new administrator of the Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services, somebody that everybody knows, but this guy, you know, the show was a big success, but sometimes it hurts your image to have a television show. He's the top, I mean, he went to Harvard. I shouldn't even mention that anymore because that used to be a good thing. Today it doesn't mean much.
Apparently
but he went to
they
University of Pennsylvania Medical School, top student,
Harvard
top doctor, top everything. One of the smartest guys in medicine. Also a big star, Dr. Mehmet Oz. Dr. Oz, thank you, Doctor.
Oh, no, not Dr. Oz.
Thank you.
Oh, jeez.
A man who waited today just came here. He was all sweaty and grimy. I said, what the hell happened? He ran into the building because he wanted to vote in Congress, and I hear we passed the vote. John James by a lot, right?
No,
and thank
if he
you
was
for
a
making
wizard,
it here.
the pills would work.
He had a vote. I said, John, do me a favor, stay and vote. We're voting essentially on the big, beautiful, that gorgeous, big, beautiful bill. I said, you know, I want you there badly, but you got to vote, please. So thank you very much, John. Good job. Michigan House Speaker Matt Hall. Matt, thank you.
He's actually a really good surgeon.
Michigan Senate Republican leader Eric Nesbitt. Thank you, Eric. Thank you very much. Michigan GOP Chair Jim Runstead. Thank you, Jim. Good job. Nice tie. Thank you, Jim. Great job. One of my favorite people. I mean, we just had such success. You know, we had so many votes stolen in 2020, and then this guy came in, and they didn't steal him from his state, North Carolina, I told you. But they didn't steal him. He had 601 lawyers, and he had lawyers at every voting booth. And I said, who is that guy that did so well? Because we won the state. Other states, you know, they inched us out, and, you know, at the end, they just inched us out. Crooked as hell. But this guy didn't let that happen. His name is Michael Whatley, North Carolina. And now he's the head of the Republican Party, RNC. And he's great.
I don't know who the fuck
I must tell you, he worked with a great woman, my daughter-in-law, Laura, who was unbelievable. He's got a very successful television show.
Yeah.
That was a tremendous combination. That was a very important
I don't know who the fuck this guy is at all.
Also the great, and you see him on television, he's unbelievable. Hey, Stephen, come up here fast. The great Stephen Miller. Do we like Stephen? Where is Stephen?
There?
Come here, Stephen. I love this guy. I love this guy.
Sonic style, yeah.
There is
Who's
nobody
Steven?
smarter or tougher than
bro.
Stephen Miller. Stephen, say it.
The immigrant remover.
Who's enjoying 100 golden days of America?
Yep.
President Trump has achieved the most secure border in American history. He's fighting violent crime. He's fighting the drug cartels. He's cutting your taxes. He's cutting wasteful spending.
He's
draining the swamp. He's standing up to the radical left. He's standing up to the communists, and he's making America stronger than it's ever been. President Trump will never stop fighting for you, your children, and your family, and President Trump will make sure that in this country, not illegal aliens, not criminals, not gangbangers, but American citizens come first, last, and always. Thank you. And thank you, President Trump, for being the greatest president in American history.
Bro, he's peeking the mic. That was a good, I'm gonna be honest, like, that was a pretty good one.
He's great. This guy, he is something special. And he's been with us right from day one. Right from day one. Stephen's been there, right?
Yeah.
He's been great. A man who put on about 928 rallies for me. We didn't have.
That's a lot.
We didn't have a glitch.
Captain Xenophobia here to save the day. There
Justin,
he is.
Thank you, wherever you are. He's probably backstage working. We did over 900 of these. Thank you, Justin. And Margot Martin. Does anyone know Margot? Beautiful Margot. I call her the world's greatest photographer. Where is Margot? Margot's great. Where are you, Margot? And she's very shy, actually.
Looks different when he's not.
Beautiful
Okay.
and shy. Thank you.
Didn't people say they put an orange filter on him?
Where? Margot, come up here, Margot. Come up. Come on. You got it. She's the most beautiful. Now, look, I'm not allowed to say this. It's the end of my political career, but I'm going to say it anyway. She's the most beautiful photographer in the world. I don't know if she's the best, but she's the most beautiful.
Trump 2028, anybody?
Oh my God.
Yeah, I love Margot. And how about Caroline? How's Caroline doing?
God.
How is our Caroline doing? Caroline has taken the world by storm. She's taken it. And, you know, we have a man here that I don't know, but he's defending me all the time on CNN. And he defends me really well, but he can't go too far because if he goes too far, he'll get fired.
Is this who I think
said,
it is?
you're amazing. You can take it right to the edge. And he really does a good job. He's not allowed to go any further. He would be off, you know, if he really went totally crazy, which he'd like to do. But I think he's terrific. Scott Jennings.
Yep. Yep.
Where's Scott? Where are you, Scott? Come here, Scott.
Okay.
This guy, really, I've watched him for years. I don't know him, but he likes Trump. Come here, Scott.
Oh, shit.
CNN, this is the end of Scott. No, who cares? Don't worry, we'll take care of you, Scott. Scott Jennings, really great.
I do like this guy a lot. He's good.
Michigan. We were flying in here today, and I said, look at these farms in Michigan, because when you own as many libs as I do, you got to put a place to put them all. Thank you all very much.
Bro, he's just inviting people up to drop one-liners and then leave.
And I also want to thank the rest of the Michigan Republican delegation for all the work they do in Congress and who are back in Washington working on the big beautiful bill. We're going to name it, I think, the big beautiful bill. In 100 days, I've
Big
taken
beautiful.
more than 1,000 executive actions, and I could recite our accomplishments all night long. And by the way, did you just see what I did? Straws. I wiped out the paper straw. Little thing. These are the little things.
Bro,
Your sink. You ever try buying a new sink and no water comes out? Your shower heads, your toilets,
Yeah,
the
it's
whole
like my
thing.
current
It's a
sink.
disaster. We now have
Is he
it
gonna
so
fix
you
my
can have as
sink?
much water as you want, because it's not an environmental problem. You have areas that can't get rid of their water, and yet they put restrictors on them. You used to take them off, but now you can't because they're welded in, but now you don't have to worry about that because we've opened up your faucets, and we've opened up, especially me. I don't like taking a shower where the water goes drip, drip, drip onto my luxuriant hair. I need a lot of water. I need everything I can get. I don't need to be under a shower trying to get water to come out of that damn thing. So we've opened up the shower heads, the faucets, the toilets, the washing machines that don't give you water. All of that stuff has been opened up, and we're giving you gas
How
ovens,
the fuck
gas
is
stoves
this
if
real?
you'd like. No more
Oh my god.
electric. You can have electric if you want. I have a lot of friends, they like gas better. You're supposed to sell your gas stove or get it, I don't know, who do you sell it to? Maybe another country, because we're the only country that would be so stupid to that. But the stoves now, you can have gas stoves,
more
all you
years of
want.
this?
Put 4 of them in your kitchen. I couldn't care less.
We'll see about that.
It's all common sense. People were so angry about that. Remember? They were all angry. Get rid
Sure,
of your
it's gonna be
gas
4.
stove. You have to go to electric. There's something they have with electric that's amazing. And by the way, Elon makes a great car. But not everybody's going to.
Whoa.
What car? What's it called?
You know, they all say, oh, well, Trump is maybe he's under the thumb of Elon. Do you think Elon was happy about ending the all-electric mandate? I don't think he was too happy.
Please say
But
it.
he's a great guy. You know, honestly, never said a thing. He says, let me just compete fairly. By the way, it's not fair what they've done to him, too. That is a disgrace. That is a disgrace. But he's a great guy, and he's really helped us. And, you know, they've saved $150 billion on waste, fraud, and abuse. Doge. So we want to thank him. He's an incredible guy. Anybody that can land a rocket ship. I saw this thing come in. I said, you got to be kidding. This rocket's coming in. You know, most of them go right into the ocean. But he lands it. I was on the phone with somebody talking, and I saw this thing coming in. It's spinning out of control, coming down. It's all burning. It's on fire. Looks like hell. I said, well, just another rocket going into the ocean. And then all of a sudden you see the fire pouring out of the engines, and it starts to slow up, slow. Then it's straight. Then it starts moving over a little bit. Then I say, oh no, it's hitting the gantry. It's going to hit. And the engines go, straightens it up. And it gets hugged like you hug your beautiful little baby, right? And I said, who the hell did that? It was Elon. And he told me, you don't have a space program if you have to drop $1 billion machine into the water every time you fly. You have to save those suckers. So he does. He's an amazing guy, and he's a great American, and he loves our country, he loves you. And he's paid a big price to help, but I have a feeling it's going to end up being good for him, actually. I really do.
This is
I
amazing.
established the new Presidential Commission to Make America Healthy Again, chaired by our new Secretary of Health and Human Services, Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
Do they have a
He's doing a good
timeline?
job, Dr. Oz, right?
Do they have a timeline
He's
on the
doing a
fat
good job.
camps?
And he's a little bit different.
When does that happen?
But I want to tell you, he's a great guy. He's a great guy, and he loves his country. Just last week, Bobby announced that we're banning 8 major artificial dyes from our food supply. Sounds good to me.
Thank God.
And on day one, I created that
autism
very
camps?
right now
They already
very
have those.
successful successful Department of Government
called
efficiency
the
headed
internet.
by Elon. That was a big thing doing that. I mean, the numbers are really incredible. Doge. So it was a very big thing. We terminated the left-wing money laundering scam known as USAID. How about the money that was going out? How about the money that was going out? Billions and billions. They were giving individual people billions of dollars. Can you believe it? People that had nothing, they got $1 billion. One got $2 billion. $2 billion for the environment. Had $100 in the bank. You got $2 billion. Not 2 million. You know, 2 million would have been a lot. 200,000 would have been a lot, but it would have been fine. $2 billion. And we directed all federal workers to return to the office in person, or unfortunately, they're fired. You're fired.
That's just a way for them to fire people, I think.
You know, some of these
just a way
guys
to
got
get
their
rid of
golf
them.
handicap way down during the so-called time where they're supposed to be working at home. You know, they weren't working at home. Who the hell would work at home? How do you work at home? It's terrible. And we found a lot of them where they had second jobs. They were just taking us for a ride. They're all taking us for a ride. The foreign countries were
Hey.
stopped it, and we're stopping it. I was reading from the and ridiculous climate accord where we were paying
Hey.
trillions of dollars. We would have spent numbers like you wouldn't believe, and China wouldn't have spent anything, Russia wouldn't have spent anything, India wouldn't have spent, but we would have spent over $1 trillion. I was reading from the World Health Organization where we were paying $470 million, and China was paying with a population quite a bit larger than ours, thank you. The problem with us, we have no idea what size our population. They allowed so many people on under Biden. But let's assume it's 325 million. China's 1.4 billion. We were paying $470 million. And China was paying $39 million. And China was running the whole show. So I said, no, thank you. I withdrew. They offered me to sign up at $39 million. I still said no because it was sort of scammy. I didn't like it. And Biden came back in.
So he dropped out for 400
And he
million?
signed up. And they knew we could have signed up for 39 million or less. He came back in and he signed up for the same as what they were paying before, almost $500 million. Now, that's a lot of money, but it's not trillions of dollars of waste. But that's the way it is. They know they can sign up for less. They don't even care. It's like they don't want to have the conversation. You talk about a $450 million difference. But they came up right in the first week and said, no, we're going right back in.
That's a lot of money.
Okay. You go in for $39 million. They could make a deal for $39 million. They signed up for $172 million. And I withdrew from the anti-American UN Human Rights Council, which is totally disgusting. In 3 months, my administration has brought home 46 American hostages and citizens detained abroad.
That's good.
We paid nothing.
Yeah,
We don't pay. We don't pay. You know, if you pay, those kidnappings go way up. We
Yeah,
don't
he's
pay.
gonna do it more.
Every time Biden brought people back, he'd pay $6 billion. $6 billion.
What?
$6 billion.
What?
3 times they brought back 3 hostages. Oh, how is it? Well, I think it's a
There's no way that shit's real, right?
3 people.
He's gotta be bullshitting.
$6 billion.
He lied?
Right.
I don't know.
It's not right. Honestly, grossly incompetent, stupid.
Yeah, it's hard
More
to
than
say.
$6 billion. 3 times they brought back 3 hostages. Oh, nothing.
Yeah,
We
that's
don't
good.
pay. We don't pay. You know, if you pay, those kidnappings go way up. We
Yeah,
don't
he's
pay.
gonna do it.
Every time Biden brought people back, they pay $6 billion. $6 billion. 3 times they brought
$6
back
billion.
hostages. Oh, how is it? Well, I think it's a fair deal. What do we pay? $6 billion.
There's no way that shit's real, right?
For 3 people.
He's gotta be bullshitting.
$6 billion.
He lied.
Dollars.
Right.
I don't know.
It's just not right. They have no idea. Honestly, grossly incompetent, stupid people.
Yeah, it's hard
More
to say.
than
I don't
Biden
know.
brought home in 4 years. We brought more back in just a matter of weeks than Biden brought home in years. And he paid a fortune and we paid nothing. We got Mexico to turn over 29 of the biggest cartel leaders in their country. And we're charging Mexico and Canada and China
Was that easy? Damn.
big tariffs because of the fact that they've allowed fentanyl to come in and poison our country. They're paying a lot of money for that.
Google
And
says
because
it's
of
saying
that,
the
you'll
truth.
watch. It's going to stop. It's
Oh,
already slowing
okay.
down.
Yeah.
Within
That's
6
true.
weeks, we also apprehended
Yeah.
the terrorist responsible for the attack that killed 13 American service members, known as Abigail. I got to know them.
I don't know who the fuck that
I
is.
got to know those families very well. They're devastated during the
Is he campaigning
disastrous
for
withdrawal
2028?
from
Yeah.
Afghanistan and brought him home. And they brought this guy home. We got him. They were looking for years, but we got him. But that took us in the first one. Brought him home to face justice. And it was that gross incompetence that probably led Putin to go in and attack Ukraine, because they were never going to. That was never going to happen. If I were president, the Ukraine-Russia war would have never happened, even a little chance. We ended the weaponization of law enforcement and fired Joe Biden's handpicked. These are pro-crime U.S. attorneys, except if it's a political person like me. You know, I was under investigation more than the late, great Alphonse Capone. Al Capone was the greatest gangster of them all. If he had dinner with you, and if he didn't like you, you were dead. You were a dead person. You'd be under a foundation somewhere in a nice big building or sports center going up.
All right.
And I spent far more time under investigation than Alphonse Capone. How about that? You like that? I didn't like that. I didn't like it.
Man.
We removed senior FBI officials who were corrupt and misdirected the resources they sent to SWAT teams after grandmothers and J6 hostages, what they did to those J6 hostages. And they did nothing to the people that took over Portland and took over Seattle. They literally took over a big portion of Seattle, or in Minnesota, Minneapolis. You remember? They said, no, this is a peaceful rally. The CNN lunatic anchor, has the personality of an ant. This is not a man meant for television. He said, no, the rally is quite peaceful. Then he got hit with a brick or something. The entire skyline of Minneapolis was burning. You remember that? The entire skyline was burning. And I have to be careful because that gentleman right there, one of the greatest purchasers of advertising in the history of the world, Mike Lindell. There has never been a better purchaser. He comes from Minnesota. No, congratulations.
That's the
He's
My
the
Pillow
greatest
guy.
purchaser of
That's
ads
right.
in history. If he would have bought my ads, I could have had 10 times more ads on. There's never been. Is there any station that doesn't have a pillow ad in? But he's great, and he's doing great.
I should buy one of the pillows and just see if it's any good.
I'm proud of you. Look at him holding hands. They're still holding hands. I'm very proud
The
of
other
this.
presidents
Usually
are so
by
boring.
this time.
Yeah.
Usually, in a lot of people I know,
Yeah,
Mike,
we're done with boring
by this time it's
presidents,
over.
guys.
It's
We're
over.
totally
Look at
done
you
with it.
holding hands. I love that. I saw that. I pardoned hundreds of political prisoners who had been grossly mistreated. We created a brand new DOJ task force on anti-Christian bias. It's a big problem. I stripped the security clearances of the disgraced intelligence agents who lied about Hunter Biden's laptop from hell. Remember the laptop from hell?
I didn't know it was from hell.
Remember the laptop from hell? When you had the 51 agents, they said, oh, Russia did it. Russia did it. Russia did everything. Russia did it. And it was all like horrible, disgusting stuff. You hadn't seen the worst of it, but it truly is the laptop. By the way, a very brilliant reporter for the New York Post wrote a book called The Laptop from Hell. You ought to read that book. It is really, it tells you the facts, okay? It tells you the facts. Miss Devine, the great Miss Devine. She wrote an amazing book, actually, The Laptop from Hell. We also terminated the clearances of the Biden crime family and Joe Biden himself because he's corrupt. And I banned all government censorship and restored free speech in America. We have free speech. We didn't have free speech.
Not
I
on
ended
Twitter.
all of the lawless, so-called diversity,
Yeah.
equity, and inclusion bullshit all across the entire
Bullshit.
federal
Damn,
government
he
and the
said
private
it.
sector.
Oh,
And I made it the official policy of the United States
Oh,
government that there
shit.
are only two genders, male and female.
Oh my God.
That's so funny.
Instant
And
reaction.
a really easy one. This was the easiest one I had. I banned men from competing in women's sports.
That's not easy for.
Skip. Skip it dersin. Skip it. Oh no, I'm dead. Man.
For some people.
You know, they always say that's an 80-20 issue. No, I think about
It's
a
more than that.
97-3 issue. I also proudly banned the use of puberty blockers and other chemical and surgical. Right?
Yeah, for kids, thank God.
All these mutilations of our minor youth, I banned it all. I signed executive orders to abolish critical race theory and transgender insanity from our schools and from our military. We fired the woke boards of visitors at our military academies. We have great people running our military academies now. And I've directed the reinstatement of patriots expelled from our military by the Biden vaccine
Is this
mandate
COVID? Yeah.
with full back pay.
That's wild.
After years of missed targets, our military suddenly has the best recruiting numbers in 30 years. Every branch is setting records. Don't think
Wow,
of that.
what a mystery.
6
How
months
could this
ago,
have
you
happened?
and I were reading that nobody wanted to join
What?
the military, right? Now, we've just set a record of recruitment that's stuck. We have a waiting list of people that want to go into our military, and we have a waiting list, including for police and firefighters, because our country has spirit again. We have spirit.
Our
country has great spirit
Yeah, a lot
again.
of people want to join.
Last month, I signed a historic executive order to begin the process of eliminating the Federal Department of Education and send education back to Michigan. We're going to send it back to our state.
It doesn't work.
Right? We're going to send it back to our states to run. I mean, how the hell bad can we do? We're like in last place. they do badly, you're
He's
going
like,
to do
it
better.
can't
They're
get
going to do
worse.
great, though. I think they're going to do great. I'm very
Pretty
proud
good
of it.
argument.
Linda McMahon, by the way, is doing a phenomenal job. And I signed an order making English the
wasn't
official language of the United States of America.
Ready to fight for Israel? Great. To die for Israel.
I order the release of all remaining files related to the assassinations of Presidents John F. Kennedy,
What about
Robert
Epstein?
Kennedy, and Martin Luther King Jr., and they're all out there. And I made myself very unpopular in Mexico by renaming the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America. And we are restoring the name of a great president, William McKinley, to Mount McKinley in Alaska.
Lovely.
He's a very good president.
Great.
And you Italians are going to love me because just
Columbus
yesterday I
Day?
brought back Columbus Day in America,
That's
especially
right.
for Italian Americans who were so badly treated by its removal.
Remember that Sopranos quip?
I also signed an order to require
Huge
proof
W.
of citizenship to vote in American elections. That was easy.
Yep.
And the Democrats fought me on that. Think of it. Why would they want no voter ID? Because they want to cheat. Why would they want to have no proof of citizenship? We don't want it. We trust everybody.
Can we
No,
stoke
they
on
want to
Columbus
cheat.
again?
That's all
Yeah.
they want to do.
Huge W
Think
for
of that.
Columbus.
No voter ID. In Michigan, you must never allow ranked choice voting to be here. Never.
Yo, Chibi, thanks
We've
for
done
10
this
subs.
all in 14 weeks. That's one. Remember that. 100 days. We've done all of the things that I named and a lot more. And we're counting, and it's going to be better. Wait till you see the results of some of the things that we're doing. In the coming weeks and months, we will pass the largest tax cuts in American history, and that will include no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime. It's called the One Big Beautiful Bill, and it will be the biggest bill ever passed in our country's history.
Nice.
It will include the biggest tax cuts, regulation cuts, military supremacy,
on
and just
food?
about everything else. We will cut more than $1 trillion in wasteful and unnecessary spending. And in the next fiscal year, it'll all be done. We're going to have something that you won't even believe. We will end inflation, slash prices. We've already ended inflation, raise wages, and give you the greatest economy in the history of the world. That's already happening. With our tax bill, the average family's take-home pay will be at least $5,000 more than it was just a couple of months ago. We will always protect Medicare and Social Security for our great seniors with no cuts, and we will defend Medicaid for those great people that are in need. House Republicans are working to invest more money in Medicaid than we spend today. The only thing we're going to cut is the corruption and the crooks that take advantage of some of the illegal schemes. So we want to preserve Medicaid for the most vulnerable, for our kids, pregnant women, the poor, and disabled Americans. We will fully and permanently secure our border. We will make the largest ever investment in U.S. military and build the Golden Dome missile defense shield. That's going to all protect us so we live a long and beautiful life. It's going to be made in Michigan, and it's going to be made right here in the USA. And 1 hour ago, I just made a speech at Selfridge Air Force Air National Guard Base, announcing that we are saving it, keeping it open, including thousands of jobs with a brand new state-of-the-art F-15s, which are coming to
Golden Dome, Golden Day, Golden Card.
And we will try and give our police the support, protection, resources, and respect they so dearly deserve. I will defend religious liberty, and I will defend the right to keep and bear arms. We will celebrate The 250th anniversary of America's founding in 2026.
Hey.
And we will teach our children to love our country, honor our history, and always respect our
we're gonna have,
great
like, a fair or
American
something?
flag. And one day soon, American astronauts will plant the flag on the planet Mars. That's going to happen
We should go
very
to Mars
soon.
on the 250th
Every single day
anniversary.
of my administration
Yeah, we should
will
go to Mars that
continue
day.
to live by the motto, promises
That'd
made.
be a good
You've
idea.
seen it before, promises kept. From Marquette to Midland, from Mackinac to Saginaw, and from Lansing to right here in Macomb County, we stand on the shoulders of red-blooded Michigan patriots. What great people. I love you, Michigan.
I don't think Mars will happen
Who
anytime
laid
soon.
the railroads, worked the
What if it already
factories,
did?
tilled the field, forged the steel, fought the battles, and won the victories that built the Motor City and made this state into the pride of the America Midwest. And you know what? We're going to make it better than it ever was. It's already happening. You see what's happening. Michigan is the state that gave us the assembly line, Motown, Ford, General Motors, Chrysler, and put the world
Hey.
behind the wheel of an automobile. And under our leadership, we're making it greater every single day. And the automobile business in Michigan will soon, and it's going to happen really soon. It's already happening. They're signing left and right because of my taxation and tariff policies, which are policies of common sense and genius. Be bigger, stronger, and better than ever before. It's going to get better than ever before. And it won't even be close. Companies will be pouring back into Michigan.
No.
It was hardworking patriots like you who built this country. And on November 5th, 2024, it was hardworking patriots like you who saved our country.
I thought he was going to say 2028.
So thanks to your help, your love, and your support, after 100 days back in the White House, America is a free, proud, and sovereign nation once more, and our magnificent destiny is closer than ever before. It's closer than ever before. You have no idea how close it is.
You don't even know.
Our golden age has only just begun. We are one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. We will never give in. We will never give up. We will never back down. We will never, ever surrender. We will fight, 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 and we will win, win, win. Together, we will make America powerful again.
All right.
We will make America wealthy again. We will make America healthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. I love you, Michigan. I love you. Have a good time. Thank you. God bless you all.
Every single day, the probability of him running for a third term gets higher. And I think if he runs again, it depends on, like, it's just so hard to say, right? But, like, if this goes well, will people vote for Trump for a third term? Absolutely they will. Like, 100% they will. Absolutely 100%. You think it'll be Junior or Eric? I think it's going to be Donald again. I think Donald is going to run again. I feel like the chance of it is not 50% yet. But remember when I said it was like at least probably like 15%? Well, that percentage has now increased to about 25 to 30%. And I would say that every single day, my percentage of that has gone up. I think it's continuing to go up, and there's a higher probability of it every day.
Don't tell the others.
Perfect.
On April 25th, a list of 131 products eligible for potential tax exemption began circulating widely across Chinese social media, business networks, and trade organizations. The list includes items like semiconductors, vaccines, medical devices, ethylene, and other chemical raw materials, as well as advanced technologies such as jet engines. CNN and sources from Shenzhen traders reported that Chinese customs have quietly lifted the 125% punitive tariff on certain U.S. semiconductor products, specifically integrated circuit chips, excluding storage chips under 8 tariff codes. These products now only face a 30% value-added tax. One Shanghai-based company even received notice that it could apply for a refund on tariffs overpaid between April 10th and 24th. Further reports from Reuters revealed that the Chinese Ministry of Commerce has set up a task force to gather goods that may qualify for these exemptions and is actively encouraging businesses to submit applications. Bloomberg added that Beijing is considering expanding the exemption to cover medical equipment, ethane, and even taxes on airplane leasing. This move is widely interpreted as a temporary measure for the Chinese Communist Party to ease the strain on businesses, signaling the significant toll the ongoing trade war is taking on China's economy. Michael Hart, chairman of the American Chamber of Commerce in China, confirmed that some chamber members had not been charged new tariffs on imported goods in the past week, indicating that the exemption policy has already started to be implemented. According to South Korea's newspaper Jun'an Ilbo, on the morning of April 24th, a senior official from China's Ministry of Finance led a delegation of around 10 people into the U.S. Department of the Treasury building near the White House for secret talks. Although the official's identity was not disclosed, processed photos were published, showing a Chinese official strongly preventing media photography and demanding reporters delete their photos, highlighting the sensitivity of the event. This incident confirms U.S. President Trump's statement during an interview on April 23rd, claiming that the U.S. and China are in direct communication every day regarding trade issues. But despite multiple pieces of evidence showing that China has started reducing tariffs and engaging in talks, its official stance continues to deny these developments, maintaining a tough stance. At a regular press conference on April 24th, CCP spokesperson He Yadong said,
Right now, there haven't been any trade talks between China and the U.S. Any claims about progress in trade negotiations are just rumors with no factual basis.
At another press briefing, Foreign Ministry spokesperson Guo Jiaqun also stated there have been no consultation or negotiations between China and the U.S. regarding tariffs, let alone an agreement. He called reports on the matter fake news. Trump quickly countered the CCP's denials. On April 24th, during a meeting with Norwegian Prime Minister Jonas Gahr Støre at the White House, he told the media that just that morning, China and the U.S. had held talks and that the U.S. had been in continuous talks with China. Notably, on April 25th, the CCP's Politburo held a meeting to discuss coordinating domestic economic work and international economic and trade struggles, proposing more proactive macroeconomics policies to address the current situation. This statement reflects the growing concern within the CCP leadership over the negative impact of the trade war on China's economy. Soon after, more explosive news came to light. In an interview with the Time magazine on April 25th, Trump revealed that Xi Jinping had personally called him and emphasized that he wouldn't have made the call if Xi hadn't reached out first. Trump said, "He called, and I don't think that's a sign of weakness on his behalf." He further predicted that within 3 to 4 weeks, the US would reach a new deal with trade partners and emphasized that tariff policies are based on thorough intelligence setting fair tax rates for different countries. Gordon Chang, a senior fellow at the US think tank Gatestone Institute, pointed out on Fox Business Channel's Varney & Co. program on April 25th that the CCP is quietly granting tariff exemptions on US goods without publicly announcing them to avoid acknowledging compromise. He analyzed that China's economy is facing challenges such as negative consumer and producer product indices, shrinking GDP, and a decline in tax revenues for the first quarter of 2025. He warned that the prolonged trade war will exacerbate these problems. After holding firm against US tariffs, the world is now closely watching when China and the US will begin negotiations, especially when the leaders of the two countries will speak. All the signs suggest that not only are the US and China talking, but China has already started to make substantial concessions. In other words, while Xi Jinping appears tough on the surface, he has effectively softened his stance. However, the CCP continues its traditional approach of maintaining a strong verbal front. On April 28th, during a regular press conference by the CCP's Ministry of Foreign Affairs, a Phoenix TV reporter mentioned President Trump's statement that Xi Jinping had called him. In response, Foreign Ministry spokesperson Gao Jiachun said,
据我了解，近期两国元首没有通话。
From what I understand, the two leaders haven't had any calls recently. I want to emphasize that China and the US have not had any consultations or negotiations on the tariff issue.
So the question arises, if China is quietly reducing tariffs and compromising, why won't the CCP admit it? Since it has Xi Jinping who made the call and China's officials have already visited Washington for talks, why does the CCP continue to deny it? On April 23rd, Wu Ting, a Chinese-American deputy political counselor at the U.S. mission of the United Nations, accurately summed up the situation in her speech at the Security Council.
中国言行不一，说一套，做一套。
China's actions don't match its words. Senior commentator Wang Youchun analyzed that the CCP denies US-China negotiations for 3 reasons. First, it's about preserving face. The CCP refuses to admit the negotiations with the US to protect the image of being great, glorious, and correct. Faced with Trump's reciprocal tariffs, China openly opposed and retaliated, but was forced to negotiate privately due to international isolation. Publicly acknowledging this would damage its reputation, so the CCP continues to deny it. Second, it's about prioritizing power. The CCP places the security of its regime first. Domestically, it must maintain an image of strength, no concessions, and fighting to the end. Admitting any goodwill towards the US could be seen as weakness or surrender, which would upset the domestic population, fuel internal power struggles, and weaken the CCP's control. Therefore, the CCP continues to deny negotiations to show its determination to fight the US and maintain authority over the Chinese people. Third, the CCP has a habitual tendency to lie. Having ruled for 76 years through repression and deception, the CCP's propaganda machine is skilled at distorting the truth. Even after Trump and South Korean media exposed evidence of the talks, the CCP continued to deny negotiations, attempting to conceal the truth. So why is the CCP now showing signs of compromise? The primary reason is economic pressure. US tariffs of 145% have caused Chinese exports to the US market to collapse. According to the Financial Times, the volume of 20-foot standard container bookings on China-US routes fell by 45% in mid-April. And the ports of Los Angeles expects a 1/3 drop in container volume by early May. Major export hubs like Yiwu and Dongguan have seen widespread factory shutdowns, with industries such as toys, sports goods, and low-cost consumer products bearing the brunt. Order losses, stockpile buildup, and broken supply chains have left countless factories in dire straits, spreading like a virus across the country. Experts warn that this wave of collapse will eventually lead to a structural crisis in China's manufacturing sector, triggering mass unemployment and a supply chain crisis. On top of that, some industries in China are also highly dependent on key imports from the US. For example, the core material for China's plastic industry, ethane, is 98% imported from the US. If the US cuts off supply, China's plastic industry could be paralyzed. The semiconductor and aerospace industries are also heavily affected, with key parts for the C919 aircraft, such as engines and landing gear, relying on US imports. A supply disruption would severely damage these industries. In the long run, the trade war is extremely detrimental to the CCP. The longer it drags on, the more foreign businesses will move their supply chain to countries like Vietnam, India, and Mexico, or even back to the US. Moreover, the trend of deglobalization exacerbating the CCP's difficulties. Countries like Vietnam and Thailand are strictly cracking down on transshipment trade, and India has imposed a 12% tariff on steel to prevent Chinese products from flooding the market. The CCP has attempted to rally up support from Africa, Asian, and Latin American countries through UN meetings, announcing zero tariffs on the least developed countries, but their trade volumes have little impact on China's economy and cannot reverse the downturn. The EU has also shown indifference to the CCP's attempt to gain support, indicating its increasing isolation on the international stage. On April 25th, Trump told reporters abroad Air Force One that he would not lift tariffs on Chinese goods unless the CCP makes substantial concessions. He called for China to fully open its market to allow US products to enter freely, which would mean state-owned and central enterprises would have to compete fairly with American companies. For inefficient, monopolistic, state-owned enterprises, this would be a fatal blow, with bankruptcy almost inevitable. These enterprises are the financial lifeblood of CCP elites and the economic pillars of its rule, and their collapse would shake the foundation of CCP power. Furthermore, a fair and open market environment conflicts fundamentally with the CCP's centralized system. After industrial civilization matures, the public will inevitably demand rights and political reform, something the CCP's regime cannot tolerate. Therefore, under internal and external pressure, the CCP's private compromise and concessions on tariff may be a temporary solution. However, there is another view circulating in Chinese-speaking circles regarding Xi Jinping's apparent submission. Current affair commentator Fang Wei has put forward a widely discussed opinion. China's compromise is not only due to economic pressure, but is closely tied to internal power struggles. According to his sources, Xi Jinping's power has significantly weakened after the CCP's 20th Central Committee third plenary session in 2024 due to health issues. Fang Wei revealed that Xi Jinping had fallen into a coma for over 10 days due to a health crisis, during which CCP elders like Wen Jiabao, Zhu Rongji, and Hu Jintao, along with current vice chairman of the Central Military Commission, Zhang Youxia, seized power and stripped Xi Jinping of his military and political authority. Although Xi Jinping remains in the public eye, he has effectively become a puppet, with decision-making power resting in the hands of the CCP elders. This was evidenced by the recent public humiliation of Xi Jinping by the wife of former Singaporean Prime Minister Lee Hsien Loong. If Xi had not lost power, it's hard to imagine that someone with significant interest in China like Lee's wife would dare to behave this way. Fang Wei pointed out that the CCP's recent quiet reduction on tariff is an action taken by the party elders to address the economic crisis. The CCP recently replaced its international trade representative with the new representative Li Chenggang, who is aligned with the New Power faction, engaging in secret talks with the US. However, China's Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Ministry of Commerce, which are controlled by Xi Jinping, were not involved, leading to the public denial of the negotiations. This also explains why Trump stated that these two sides talk every day, while the CCP continues to deny it. Fang Wei also mentioned that the change in the CCP's internal propaganda aligns with the shift in power. In the Politburo meeting reports, Xi Jinping's signature slogans such as 2 establishes and 2 safeguards have disappeared, indicating that his influence has been deliberately minimized. At the same time, Li Keqiang's 6 stabilization policy was reintroduced, signaling that the party elders are trying to return to an economy-first approach. However, the newer power faction has not yet clarified its future direction, and there is no willingness to take responsibility for the challenges created under Xi Jinping's leadership. As a result, economic diplomacy is still officially handled by Xi, bearing all the risk and shame. Renowned commentator Tang Jingyuan has expressed similar views. In a recent video, he pointed out that the anti-Xi forces strategy for dealing with the crisis is to push Xi Jinping to the forefront, whether he acts as a wolf warrior offending others or compromising. He is left to bear the consequences. Success means shared benefits, but failure is solely his responsibility, and he could even be discarded as a scapegoat. Xi Jinping, once an ambitious leader of the center with great potential, is now reduced to the fate of a puppet, a result entirely of his own making. Recently famous financial blogger Lao Man analyzed in a YouTube video that the US-China trade war is a result of a series of misjudgments. Both the US and China made significant strategic errors. However, these misjudgments led to vastly different outcomes. The US's misjudgment resulted in an early confrontation, but it has led to a very positive outcome for the US. In contrast, China's misjudgment led to a premature collapse of its economy, a situation that the Chinese government cannot withstand. The biggest mistake made by the Trump administration was overestimating China's strength. In recent years, China has rapidly grown in fields such as military, aerospace, and new energy, appearing to thrive. At the same time, China has used checkbook diplomacy in Africa and Latin America, providing endless financial support to these countries in exchange for their backing on the international stage. For these external indicators, China's economy appeared to be very strong, even invincible. However, what Trump did not know was that China's economy had already been drained by a 20-year real estate bubble. The top 2% of the red elite controls 82% of the wealth, while the wealth gap has become unquantifiable. The 1.3 billion ordinary Chinese people have no social security for healthcare or pensions and lack any real purchasing power. China's economy is highly dependent on exports, with 40% of its industrial products needing to be exported. Additionally, 16% of industrial products must be sold directly or indirectly to the US. Therefore, China lacks the ability to face a full-scale economic slowdown with the US. The Trump administration's premature confrontation with the CCP at the exact moment when China's economy and politics were at their most vulnerable has put the Chinese government in an awkward position with no viable response. China's biggest mistake was underestimating Trump's determination to change the status quo. Since the 1950s, the US has maintained global peace and prosperity for 70 years by exporting purchasing power. But this model has come at a high cost. First, depleting gold reserves, 1950s to 1970s, and later relying on debt printing, 1970s to 2020s, with national debt soaring to 36 trillion US dollars. And interest accounting for 20% of fiscal revenue, making it unsustainable. Moreover, the US industry has hollowed out. The Rust Belt has suffered bankruptcies and the public discontent has grown. Trump's election was a response to public opinion, leading an anti-China cabinet. Trump is determined to end globalization and establish